Perhatian, sang putri merak yang tertiup angin ke Pavolia Reine dari hololive-ID. Attention please, I'm Reine from hololive-ID Generation 2. Welcome back to the Grade Ace Attorney. Wow, we are at the prosecutor's office, I think. Hi, how are you guys doing today? Yay, 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 yay. I'm very excited to finally continue this one today. Did you guys eat dinner? I was debating like whether to get like something, I don't know, like a sweet drink or something just to accompany me, because these streams usually take like a long time. Tomato. Is tomato a vegetable or a fruit? Just had half a meat bun. That's nice. Did you have a good rest? Was okay. Was okay. Had coffee. Coffee's good. Coffee's good. Hi, my cat is here. I hope she doesn't eyeing me sussily. If you hear like some noisy stuff, might be my cat. Shh. Stay there. Yeah. So we're gonna continue today. The return of the great departed soul. We never really figured out who the departed soul was, except like someone dies, you know. Yeah. Okay. MC about to commit a murder. Nah. You can. I don't know. She likes to like get under the bed sometimes, you know. Like, just do that. Just rest. Just getting on the bed. No reason. Okay. Stop playing from the safe game data. Ketchup is tomato jam, so it's a fruit. Is it though? That's the first time I heard about that ketchup being called tomato jam. Cause like normally for jam, you want to like put it on, I don't know, bread or maybe like something sweet instead of savory. But you know, tomato ketchup, you put it into like savory things, right? Ketchup is technically tomato juice. What? That's weird. Okay, anyways, weirdness aside, we can start. I'm actually like kind of sleepy, but then again, I'm always sleepy. I watched this, what was it? Like some drama? I watched a drama series about, what was it? About basically like an evil teacher that's like super strict. But the thing is, you know, like those films, like usually the not the main character, like the students are basically, I don't know, like maybe like middle schoolers or something, right? But then, in this one, they're like grade schoolers, so it was so intense. Yeah, not really evil teacher. It's like a teacher who is like so strict, like it brings the culture shock, right? Like, wait, the Reaper attacked. Yes. It's kind of like GTO, but then, you know, the teacher's like just very strict. So in a way, it's like maybe she's kind of tsun, but also like for real. It's like kind of scary. Yeah, like I don't know why. Like somehow I really like watching those stuff. Like show. I feel like Japan has this. Okay, you know what? Let's talk a little bit. Yeah, cause like Japan. I don't know, like Japanese dramas has this like specific genre about teachers who are very strict, seemingly evil. That like the new teacher that comes to the class and, you know, makes everybody shocked because like normally they can like get away with like whatever shit they're like doing in class because the teacher's like. But then once the super strict teacher comes in, they're like, OMG, they got the culture shock. But then eventually like they learn life lessons and stuff like that. So it's kind of like a more extreme version of GTO, I think, because like GTO's main character is like a little bit like more comedic and stuff. But yes. BGM is too dramatic for this small talk. I know. Yeah. I always like watching stuff like that. I think I just have a preference for that because like I feel like it's just really nice. It's like, what you call it when it's like, oh, it's something that like makes you think. It teaches like life lessons. Like for example, like there's this like kid who is just like, she tries to be like so nice to everybody, and then like, you know, the teacher seems like, you know, she's the teacher. It seems like to the students that, oh my god, the teacher is so annoying, so mendokusai and stuff. Like the class would be like so much better if she didn't exist. Like it would be so much better because everybody gets along. But then like all the teacher is doing, you know, of course, like none of the students realize it. It's just like kind of like exposed, like, oh my gosh, so this person's like two-faced. So this person's like, you know, yeah, stuff like that. It's like a type of man. Society is complicated kind of thing. Not really, yeah, something about that. The strict teacher and his kusogaki students. Yeah, it's so satisfying. It's so satisfying when you watch something like that. something. But it was interesting because basically the students over here, like instead of maybe middle schoolers or high schoolers, they're actually grade schoolers. It really makes me think that, wow, yeah, grade school students are like so bratty, like, wow, they you know, it's like, you know, a lot of like students are, they like super like entitled and whatever, but like even like from such a young age, yeah, you watch this and like, man, that's kind of true, like these kids. But then it's always fun to watch this, like, it's not, you know, it's not satisfying because you like seeing them suffer, but it's because like, oh wow, they're actually learning life lessons whether they like realize it or not. And I don't know, I guess it just always pays off at the end, you know. It's like, oh my goodness, these life lessons. Sometimes you gotta like learn it the hard way, and this is like the hard way but simulated, I guess. I work with grade schoolers, oh my gosh. Yeah. Watching kids suffer, sign me up. Yo, don't. Yo, no, it's not exactly like that, but also, yeah. I haven't finished it though. I don't want to tell you guys what I'm watching because I don't want to get spoiled. I marathoned it like last night, and so I want to finish it. I'm really close to finishing it, and then I'll tell you what it's called. Okay. Anyway, let's actually start playing the game. Yeah, I don't know. This makes things like GTO look so tame because GTO is like, oh yeah, cool, and I'm not saying like GTO is bad, but it's just like a different kind, you know. Yes. And then I swear that J-dramas have this as a separate genre. Holy crap! Like strict teachers who traumatize their students, like initially, you know, that cause culture shock in the classroom. I swear there's a separate genre for this. Like, I mean, I there probably isn't, but like, there's just so much like similar shows, similar premises, like the teacher from hell kind of thing. Anyways, yeah. This is something Korean, nice Japanese. I don't watch that many Korean dramas actually, but not because like, oh, I don't like K-dramas. I just I found some interesting ones, but I just haven't been finding what I like lately. But it's alright. Yeah, it's like the teacher from hell genre. Yeah, I think that's it. Something from hell genre. Yeah, I think that's what it is. If it's not like an official genre, then you guys know what I'm talking about, I guess. Wanna drink? Hold on. Where's my drink? Ah. Okay, there it is. That sounds less crazy. I don't know. Yeah, that's to sum it up, basically. Clients from hell is one too. No, that's different. that's like a different connotation. My gosh. Anyway, it's the kingpins of the criminal underworld generally managing to escape conviction in the Reaper's trials. What are you drinking today? Milk? Just water. I didn't realize that I'm out of drinks. I usually like have some like around my desk, but no. Yes. Students worldwide shaking hands in agreement about education trauma. Hey, it's different though. This isn't the first time their henchmen have tried to attack Lord Van Zeeks as a result, by the sound of it. It makes you think, if that's how the justice system works in London, then there must be dark forces at work. Okay, I guess. Did I show this to Van Zeeks last time? I forgot. So basically, you know, things got wrong. There was like a teleportation presentation. You know, this is like set in the old days, but I mean, you know, things go wrong. Somebody dies. Cool. It's lucky you weren't injured, or worse. My highly skilled apprentice was with me. Our attackers are the lucky ones who are escaping with their lives. Ooh, spicy. Right. What I really can't believe is that the incident was captured on film. If the journalist had been spotted, it would have ended very badly for him indeed. Ha 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 ha. Sounds like the luckiest person there was whoever wrote the article for the paper. Okay. Okay, I think we're like kind of good to go. If you let your content miss it, what a fun place! Oh, I'd love to strip that big block apart, you know. Oh. And I feel like there's something in the prison still. Cause like that's what Iris is saying. Cause Iris like, you know, if you slip your constant something. How could this have happened? You must feel awful. I know what happened. Oh dang, we went through this. We went through here. Oh dang, what should I say? Ah, the Reaper's varsity years. I understand Lord Van Zeeks is a friend of yours from your university days. Ah, yes. Cause like, it was revealed that they know each other. Let me turn on the AC. Oh, I wanna get a drink. They're college homies. Yes, that's right. He was studying law while I was studying science. What was he like back then? A good question. Unassuming, gentlemanly, and all-around nice fellow, really. Whoa, what changed then? Sorry, I think you misheard me. I'm talking about the cold-hearted, merciless prosecutor Baruch Van Zeeks. What was he like when he was at university? Talk about a leading question, Bruno. As I said, an unassuming and extremely pleasant gentleman. Oh, so what happened? After all, he is the little darling of the Van Zeeks family with all its great aristocratic origins. I didn't realize he had quite such a noble blood. Little darling? It was a bit of a shock when I came back to Britain and learned what he'd become. The Reaper of the Bailey, no less. So, like, he was like a really sweet fella, but then something changed him. I bet it was like that guy he mentioned like a long time ago, like the Nipponese homie. It was a very big event in his life that completely changed him after graduation. He got rejected while he confessed. Really? What sort of event? Ah! I'm sorry, but I don't know anymore. I wasn't in the country at the time. Was in Germany. Yes, of course. If he's heard all about the Reaper, I really don't have the heart to tell him that Lord Van Zeeks will be the prosecutor in court tomorrow. He played Castlevania. So, Professor, let me just make absolutely sure I've understood you properly. The huge explosion that occurred yesterday was an accident, you're saying? You had no intent to harm the victim, who was in fact the sole investor in your work. Is that correct? Except he's like actually like a super shady dude. As correct as 2 squared is 4. I swear it. Yeah, he's a scientist. He must be correct. Yes, it's true that the man perished in the machine of my invention. So I know that I'm far from being blameless in all this, but still. I would never use my discoveries, my inventions to take a person's life. Not in a centillion years. I'm a man of science. It's all I know. You have to believe me, please. Do you believe me? Do you believe in my hypothesis? Science is the pursuit of truth, you know? I've always believed that. All my life. Yo, it's not really my business to answer personal questions. I'm afraid I don't know much about science, or your theories. But I do believe you, and I will fight to prove your innocence with all my might. Hi. Yeah. I'm a man of the law, that is all I know. You have to believe me, please. When I went to live in Germany after I graduated, I learned something very important. Nationality, class, line, age, lineage. I don't know how to pronounce that. Lineage, none of that matters. As long as you try your hardest, you can achieve anything. Thank you for that, Professor. Lineage, okay. And thank you in advance for defending me tomorrow in court. Alright, Runa, it's time. Time to visit the great exhibition. Sorry? Well, that's where the incident happened, isn't it? Yes, I suppose that's true. Time to investigate at last. Oh, spicy. Okay, we can move now. Oh, Eric experimentation stage? What's this? Dun 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 dun. Crystal Tower! 22 October, the great exhibition grounds foot of the Crystal Tower. Welcome to the field trip, everybody. The showgrounds are a little too big for my liking. We've been walking around in dense crowds for 2 hours now, and I felt myself swooning 3 times. There are a lot of people, aren't there? I've almost been trodden on 3 times too. Be careful, won't you, Iris? Don't let go of my hand. Ooh, hand holding, spicy. We finally made it through the wrongs, though, by the look of it. Here we are underneath the public experimentation stage where the explosion happened yesterday. Oh my gosh, they're fixing it. Wait, so they really... Wait, wasn't he supposed to be, like, teleported on that point? So, I guess, in a way, it won't... What? Oh, she's wearing gloves, so it's safe. Oh my. What's that? I can hear voices from up on the stage. It sounds like an argument. Whoa! It's Gina! Oh my! Right, I've had it with you this time. I'm warning you, I'll arrest you in a minute. Is she free? Oh yeah? Go on then, Spectre. Give it a shot. You ain't got no evidence and you know it. Wait, I know those voices. You've got a cheeky little mouth on you, young lady. But a night in the cells will teach you some manners. Oh, I mean, wasn't she in the cells for like many nights, I guess? Just try it, I dare you. If you want that bag of chips rammed down your throat. Oh, what? No. I want fish and chips. Yoo-hoo! Grexy! What are you doing up there? Wah. Ah! It's you! Here! You're here! Here you are! You! Here! Your ladyship! Oh my god, I forgot that he was like a big fan of Iris. How are you, your ladyship? I do hope you're well, your ladyship. Does that make her 3 times a lady? I'm not well at all. It's far too busy everywhere. I wanted to ride in a balloon, but that was a 3-hour queue. Unbelievable. I'll go and have a word for you at once, your ladyship. You'll be flying as high as a kite in no time once I pull some strings for you. Oh my god. Tobias Gregson, an inspector at Scotland Yard. Until recently, he was suspended from duty. Ha ha ha! Yeah, I remember that, but it would appear he's back in action now. Everybody's back in action, I guess. Naruto's back in action, he's back in action, Gina's out of prison. Cool. He's actually quite well known, appearing as he does in the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. And for that reason, he can't say a word wrong to the story's author, Iris. limits, surely. Or they should be. Watch it, sunshine. Sorry. What gives then? Don't tell me you're on this case. Yes, I'm acting for the defense.
So we're here to investigate.
Ah, dear me, that's the situation, is it? Is it really that troubling? Tsk, a measly 5 bob? Is that all you got? You're a lawyer, ain't ya? You could stand to carry a bit more copper around your pockets, Mr. Naruto. My god, she pickpocketed him! Well, hey, that's my last bit of spending money, that is! You can't have it back, but I'll have to charge you for all the bother. 3 bob. This is Gina Lestrade, a pickpocket or diver. Born and bred in the East End of London. In the case that led to my own suspension 6 months ago. This is the young girl I was defending in court. And look what she gives me. A commentary on my poorness. What's your problem, eh, Otto? Diver? Pickpocket? What's with all the name calling? You want a bag of chips rammed down your throat and all, do you? Oh my god. I thought you were proud to be a diver, Gina. You were just arguing with Inspector Gregson about it, weren't you? I assumed you've been up to your usual tricks here at the showground. That ain't no way to talk to a lady, Otto. Half a year is a long time. People can change. What do you mean people can change? You just... I'm an apprentice now, learning to be Scotland Yard detective. What? For real? You are like mentored to Gregson or something? Shit, you'll have to call me what everyone else does. It's Inspector Lestrade. No, what? Are you like lying? Inspector? That badge is homemade, surely. Inspector part isn't entirely accurate. No one calls her that. For what it's worth, anyway. Investigating is off the cards for all of us. So that's why she's called Lestrade. I was like, why is she called Lestrade, but she's a pickpocket? Yeah, I don't actually know, like, the story, but then, like, oh, like, they give, like, the names from, like, the story to, like, some people in the cast, right? Like, yeah, so why does Gina get Lestrade?
What's that supposed to mean?
Right, well, I'll be back up top. You hold the fort down here, right? Right, sir. Haha. This raises a lot of questions. Yeah, like I thought it was like kind of odd that, you know, she's not even like, yeah, she's like a victim and like a whatever, but then she's the only, say, victim or defendant that has, you know, Sherlock Holmes' name. But I guess now it makes sense. About you. It was 8 months ago now that I first encountered Gina in connection with the case I was working on. At the time, she was living in the East End with a group of other orphans. She helped all of them survive by pickpocketing, but then she got embroiled in a murder. I had a lot of time to think in prison. That's nice, I guess. I realized I couldn't go on like I was. Davin weren't working out.
Oh, I'm so pleased to hear it, Ginny. Well done.
So, you went from being a pickpocket to a detective? You got it. Good, innit? Inspector Lestrade. Sounds like something out of the book, eh? Talk about a sea change. And then there's Iris' old man to think about. Iris' father, you mean? Yeah, promised her, didn't I? Said I'd get all the police forces around the world to pull out all the stops looking for him. Just a small promise then. Nothing serious.
Oh, Ginny, you're so sweet.
So anyway, that's how come I had to go with the test for Scotland Yard. Only trouble is, I don't read so well, do I? Just a small problem, nothing serious.
And that's when Haley approached Grexy and asked for help. So the inspector said he'd take full responsibility for Ginny and made her a sort of apprentice.
Ooh, that was very magnanimous of Inspector Gregson and brave.
Well, you know Haley. He enjoys finding ways to make people do what he wants.
A great detective likes digging for dirt, in other words. So, the long and the short of it is, if you've got questions about the case, you can ask Inspector Lestrade. Oh my gosh, she's so proud. I mean, good for you, you know, good for her, good for her. Right then, Inspector... Actually, there's still a big mystery surrounding Gina, isn't there?
Oh, what, Rita, what?
Well, 6 months ago, Gina was the defendant in a trial prosecuted by the Reaper. Why isn't she dying? Just kidding. A trial in which she was found not guilty, and yet here she is still... Exactly! Come on, you're not still on about that, are you? The Legend of the Reaper, or whatever it's called. Core, you don't have worry, Otto. If I didn't have worry, there probably wouldn't be a whole lot of you left. You're alive, that's weird, exactly. Whoa. I don't know. It's like I told you before, innit? The Reaper's kinda like I'm upstairs. What? I'm upstairs, so he knows what I'm like on the inside. That I ain't really done nothing wrong. The Reaper's kinda like God. Nothing wrong might be stretching a point.
What about Mr. Natsume in Japan? He's perfectly fine, isn't he?
You know that meme where like you send a picture and then a picture of her like dying, and then there's the caption "I lived, bitch." I think that would be Lestrade when she's like out of prison. Well, that's true. Perhaps the Reaper is more discerning than I thought. Exactly. So I ain't worried. I'm totally fine. Yesterday's incident. Core was out of this world, it was. The brainy bloke pulled a bunch of levers in his machine, and suddenly it started billowing smoke. Then it just went pop. I ain't seen a better experiment here yet. It just went pop. Sorry?
You mean, you saw it, Ginny? With your own eyes?
Yeah, of course. The boss is in charge here, ain't he? Of keeping everything running smooth, I mean. The boss being Inspector Gregson, I suppose. That's gonna take some getting used to. So all I have to say is that I'm on duty and I can do whatever I want to. Get this! I was up in one of them flying balloons when it happened, watching it from above. Oh, that's elaborate?
No, you're so lucky, Ginny. Maybe I should join Scotland Yard too.
Yeah, do it! You know how to put the boss in his place already, right, Iris? You'd have no trouble at all.
Then it's settled. When do I start?
No, you can't just call in yard, Iris.
We'll see. Anyway, what I don't understand is this. If the machine exploded so spectacularly, how can Professor Bunnybrain still be claiming that his experiment was a success?
Because it's dumb. Just kidding. Oh, right. Well, it was a success in a way. What? How can it have been? Hey, MC. Oh my god. What are you doing? You're so chunky. You're too chunky for the desk. Don't step on. Oh my god! Don't step on the filter. My god! Don't. Oh my gosh. Okay. No! Stop! Don't step on the keyboard. Okay. MC step. Yeah, she stepped on the button that's like the god button. Well, it's like I said, it did sort of work. I mean, yeah, there was a load of smoke and not one great bang. But where do you think they found the victim's body, eh? Oh, in the crystal. Yeah, that's why, like, there was like that glass thing. So they found him in the. What the? Oh my god. What? What? In the tower? Yeah, see? Over there. You can see for yourself, can't you? Up there above the scaffold.
Oh, where all the glass is broken, you mean?
Dude, don't eat my stuff. Yeah, the cage wall the victim got in to start with really did get beamed through the air or whatever and landed on the way over there. So, you see, it did kind of work, didn't it? What? I don't believe it. I mean, I don't get the ins and outs of it, but anything's possible, right? With science. Oh, I tell you what, you can have this. It's the plan of the experiment they drew up at the yard. My goodness. Hold on. You! Are you sure? Yeah, go on. I had 3 bob of you before, so fair is fair. Hold on, let me just, guide the cat. So chunky. Okay, she's still there, but like, you know. Yes, I didn't actually give that to you. Did I? My god, what? She wants to spend time with me, I think. She wants to spend time with me, but I'm like, I think, you know, so she likes it when people talk. Maybe like she feels like I'm talking to her or something. Hello, hello. Okay. And about the investigation. Oh my god, no, don't step on the board. Ah, that's all the cat. Yeah, that's the cat. I don't know if you can hear. Maybe you're too far. Can't hear the purring. Ow. Ow. Bleh, don't lick me. She's licking my face. I'm gonna bring you outside, okay? Oh my god. You know what? I'm gonna... Yeah, I'll be right back. Hello? Oh shit. Hello, yeah, I don't know if you heard that. The screenshot sound. That was, yeah. That was her stepping on the screenshot. converse with Gina. Alright. Something Inspector Gregson said before seemed a little bit strange. Investigating is off the card for all of us. Naughty old Grexy ran off after that without explaining himself. Alright, that. The boss said no one's allowed to investigate that weird machine what blew up yesterday. Huh, spicy. Suspicious. Well, that's not fair. We're representing the defendant. In that case, could you at least tell us what you've learned from your investigations? Yeah, you're not getting it. We ain't allowed to investigate either. What did the boss call him again? The forensic investigation team, I think. Forensic investigation team, so only the fit people can do it. Anyway, apart from the lot, no one's allowed to lay a finger on the scene. Bit funny, innit? So even Scotland Yard, so detectives can't investigate. Yes, I've never heard something like that before. Wait till Gregson starts talking and then eat. Yes, okay. I thought I could have a gun there on the quiet though, but the boss caught me at it. You probably heard him giving me an earful about it before from down here, didn't ya? It's not bleeding fair. I think you were giving him as much of an earful back as I remember it. Yeah, well, sometimes I think it's all them chips won't make him so stubborn. You say something to him, Otto. Go on, see if you can get through to him. He's up on the platform above us, is he? Where the machine that exploded is.
We can try, can't we, Bruno? Grexy will listen to us.
I'll show Gina this first. I want to examine this. Nothing? Alright then. I want to present this. Gina, would you take a look at... Oh, where'd it go? Hey, looking for this, Otto? When did she do that? I wonder if you've got anything else to show me, eh? What's your record? Give that back first, please. What about this one, then? Oh, okay. Looks like an evil scientist death ray. Oh, I totally get what you mean. Then okay, let's move to... What? Oops, sorry. I meant... That's where the cove ended up after its instant kinesis, or whatever they call it. Dead, of course. And yet they're calling the experiment a success? What's the wooden scaffold there for? So they don't fall? I don't know. The coppers, our lads, set that up after the incident happened. To get the body down, I think. Don't know, really. Didn't you help to erect the scaffold then? Lookout duty's more my thing. Wandering around the exhibition and keeping a lookout for the fun stuff. Mind Gregson doesn't hear you saying that, or he'll give you the boots. It's incredible though, isn't it? I mean, could the victim really have bridged that gap by some sort of invisible kinesis? Okay, what's this? Hey! Oh look! What's this? A ripped piece of cloth. It's not like any fabric I've seen before. It's very thick and stiff. Looks extremely durable. It's canvas, I think. Some sort of rubber backing. And the edges appear to be a bit charred as well. Maybe that means it had something to do with the explosion.
Let's make a note of Evalcini's Midian.
A piece of... Oh no. Alright. What's this? dropped or hid? What's that? Like, it's not only Gregson that can eat while he talks, alright? Could have fallen from the platform above with the blast, perhaps. What's going on here? Oh, nothing. That's a Metal Gear. Mysterious contraption. For some reason, the ground is damaged in this spot. Look. Almost as if there was a fire here or something. Yes, if you look closely, there's some scattered ash and burnt embers too. Well, I suppose there was a big explosion just above here. People probably wouldn't bat an eyelid at a small fire like this would have been. I'm not sure we English are quite that laid back, Bruno. So thirsty. Those stairs obviously lead to the stage above. We should go up there and investigate the exact spot where the experiment was being conducted. Yeah, actually guys, I'm really thirsty. I'm not even like hungry. I'm like really thirsty, so I'll be right back. I hope there's something nice in the fridge. I'll be right back. I have a usual canned milk. I love it. It always drives some people insane, cause canned milk is so foreign for some people. I guess if I lived somewhere else, what country has bagged milk? I think we also had bagged milk too, but I think, yeah, I just like don't really buy it because kind of complicated to drink. Susu bantal, yoi. Canned milk is so delicious. Nice. I'd rather UHT as it lasts longer. I don't know. You're gonna drink it in 10 years. So that's it, is it? The machine that blew up. Hold on. I also have smoked cheese. So good. I love smoked cheese. Do you guys know that I like cheese? Oh, it must have been a magnificent explosion. And I've seen my fair share. Smoked cheese, so delicious. Must have been a magnificent explosion. I've seen my fair share. You've seen things like this before, you mean? Yeah. Yang. Like a relative from the Netherlands gave us this. So nice. Of course, Hurley's always doing experiments that end in a bang. In fact, in his own words, explosions are the very essence of chemistry. Yeah. That might explain the smell of burning that frequently comes wafting up the stairs. One time, he made something that exploded with such force it took the roof off the building. I wish you'd been there to see it, Bruno. It's hard to get too excited about that, given that I now live in the roof. Oh, thank you. Eating Mike Tyson's ass. 12 months. Can you believe it? Well, anyway. That's enough about that. It's time to investigate. Oh, look. Inspector Gregson is over there. He seems to be deep in thought about something, whilst eyeing up the machine carefully. Really? He just looks confused to me. Didn't. Okay, there's a sussy ribbon here. Oh, never mind. What's this? It ripped itself apart magnificently, didn't it? Magnificently and mercilessly. So someone stands in the middle of the machine to be disassembled and then beamed through the air. Beamed, not blasted. That's the point. Yes, that part's crucial, really. Is something like that even possible, though, Iris?
Oh, Bruno, I'm just a child. How should I know?
What? The child when it suits you mean? Whoa! Don't touch that!
That was practically instantaneous kinesis the way you flew over just now, Graxy.
Please, your ladyship. I didn't mean to startle you, but I can't let you touch anything up here.
So sorry, you can have some of my latest special blend to make up for it.
Wonderful. This stuff really is wonderful. It's just like old times, this is. You're representing Professor Harebrain in court tomorrow, Inspector. So we should be allowed to investigate, examine the scene. Ha! Listen, Sunshine, I'm not allowed to touch anything up here. It's that blasted special dispensation for scientific equipment act to blame. It's driving me potty. Oh yes, that special dispensation. More red tape's all we need. I don't know what the government thinks it's playing at sometimes.
But we're allowed to just look, aren't we?
Eh?
Surely that's alright, isn't it, Grixie? Of course, your ladyship. Anything you say, your ladyship. But please don't get your dainty hands dirty, will you?
Oh my god.
Don't worry. We wouldn't dream of touching anything, would we, Runo?
Ha 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 ha.
Cause sparks like a flame.
To an explosion. Then what do we? Investigate. There are all sorts of strange buildings here in the great exhibition grounds, aren't there? I seem to remember something similar being exhibited in Japan one time. Oh, in your country, Runo. I do wish I could go and see it. I present a particularly steely samurai. Ha! That reference. With the present of one of Hurley's stories I've written especially. And see if I couldn't get Hurley into a jam against some Bartitsu master ninjas. You might not find them as many of those sorts of people around as you think.
Oh, well that's dull. Oh, but I do know a prosecutor with a
Sean Mage. Damn, I forgot. Sean Mage top knot I could introduce you to. Damn, what's his name?
Do you think I could have my picture taken with him? Do you?
Assuming he's recovered from the trim Kazuma gave him a year ago. Yes. Ah, ouchie! Yeah. I love how it's like, his name is literally ouchie. Okay, this is the machine. Considering how badly damaged everything is, Professor Hairbrain was lucky to escape unscathed, I say. We should have a good look around the machine while we can, I think. Okay. Let's do this. Eating. Is this realistic? Touch anything and I'll make sure I kill you before I get strung up myself, you hear? I won't touch a thing, I promise. So please, spare a thought for your digestion! Anyway, do you really think this machine could actually disassemble people like the professor claims? He asked, looking totally incredulous. Give it a rest, sunshine. If we were allowed to examine all this bleeding scrap metal, maybe we could answer that question. But we can't, can we? Because of the annoying rules, you mean?
Mm-hmm.
The annoying, obstructive, flaming rules. Look at the base of the machine there.
Oh yes, there's a tool of some kind poking through the wire mesh.
Ah! It's a screwdriver, I think. Ooh, staple in my escape games.
Oh, isn't it a lovely one? The handle is in the shape of a capital letter.
I think it's the shape of the tower too. Is that blood? On the like edge? It is? Oh yes, you're right. What's the matter with you? Don't touch anything, I said. Touch anything and I'll make sure I kill you before I get strong of myself, I said. Yes, I understand. Sorry. I only touched it a teeny weeny bit. It's not like you guys are gonna use fingerprints anyway.
But Gracie, I'm very curious about the screwdriver. Really, very, very curious.
Better get ready to kill.
Of course, your ladyship. You're so clever, your ladyship. Fancy spotting something like this.
My god. But I'm afraid I can't let you have it. Oof.
But Bruno found it first.
I I assure you, I'll investigate it thoroughly. Yeah, like I can trust you. Leaker of government secrets, Gregson. He's gone off with it. I mean, well, he's gone. Let's investigate then.
Huh, that was very mean, I'm afraid. Inspector Gregson is going to make a very clumsy and embarrassing mistake in next month's installment now.
Yeah, you're correct, actually. Oh, poor Gregsy. Let's see what we can do. Oh, spicy.
Ooh, balloon.
So those are people carrying balloons, dangling suddenly in the skies over London. Reine, you also leak government secrets. Well, he's not better than us. That just proves that he's not better than us. You know? He should just stop acting so, you know, high and mighty. You're no better than me. I always thought the day would come when humans would discover how to fly. But I never imagined it would involve them being suspended from colorful, floating temari handballs. Yeah, Gregson's definitely not gonna be in the next story. I'm sure it must feel amazing being up there among the clouds. Let's take a ride together, Runo. Please. Turons don't make a right though. I mean, I know. But we're not here about being right. Like, I could care less about being right. It's like this attitude of this fish and chips eating person. Like, who cares about being right? We're not Phoenix, right? If I'm being perfectly honest, I would like to try it. But without a cast iron guarantee that the thing won't plummet to the ground, I'm too scared. Oh well, in that case, I should tell you what Hurley said. It's physically impossible for a flying balloon to plummet to the ground as long as it doesn't explode. Well, if something exploded, then... Call me crazy, but I think that exploding part might play on my mind a little. Man, I don't know. That amazing horn-shaped device is pointing towards the crystal tower. I suppose once people are disassembled by the machine, they're shot out of that thing to wherever they're going. I don't think it was supposed to shoot anything, Runo. It was set up to beam people to the crystal tower where they'd be reconstructed in their original form. I don't like the look of it. If it was as amazing as it looks, the accident wouldn't have happened in the first place, of course.
I suppose that's true, yes.
And nothing ever goes according to plan, does it? Considering how badly damaged everything. I love the BGMs here, though. The BGM of this game is like all of it is top tier. Like even like the investigations and everything. Huh? What is that Ferris wheel over there? It looks like an enormous water wheel. Why? They rotate nice and slowly. It's a wonderful way to see the surrounding scenery. I miss going on a Ferris wheel. When was the last time you guys went on a Ferris wheel? Yeah, I feel like I'm not really a big fan of like Ferris wheels in general. Like, if it's like somewhere like nearby, then it's whatever. But if I say like, if I have a vacation like somewhere very, very, very far away, like maybe like overseas or something, like if you know, I won't really go out my way to search for one. But if coincidentally there's one nearby, then I'm like, Let's go. You know, I just want to like look from above. You know. They're so expensive for 2 spins. 2 spins? I thought they were only 1 spin. Was there a Ferris wheel in the Maldives? No, I don't think so. No. Yes. 2 spins? You guys get 2 spins? Oh, depends on the size of the wheel. Yeah, like usually like the big ones that are like, ooh, city view and something. It's like so cool. Big fan. Yes. Very nice. I usually prefer faster paced rides like the double hammer. See, it's you won't see the appeal of it if you think of it as like a ride, you know, like it's just like I think like if I were to be like, say, in just like a random theme park, then I wouldn't like really care much. But I guess like if it's like a big Ferris wheel, that's like, you know, that's the main attraction. It's like, oh, it's a nice way to like, hey, go for city view and so. Then I would be like interested. Yeah, it's mostly for the view and atmosphere, I guess. I couldn't really appreciate it until like, I don't know, like basically back then, like of course I was like, yeah, Ferris wheel so boring. But I guess like you're not really supposed to like feel like, oh my gosh, so exciting. It's just like to like, it's nice to look at the view and stuff like that. A small cramped space, yeah, I don't like the cramped space. So maybe a less cramped Ferris wheel would be nice. The one with the fine dining package. Hey, I actually have never been to one with like those the fine dining package thing. Like, where can I go there? Where can I go to something like that? Nice. They always look like they're about to fall apart. Really? But yes. Grown so wise in her 1+ years. Exactly. Yeah, like I don't know. Yeah, normally it's just nice, and then I think some Ferris wheels also have like the audio explanation about like, oh, what kind of landmark are you looking at, and then they're gonna explain. So it's like very nice if you have like, say, a limited time to go like overseas or somewhere, and then like, oh, it's so educational and something. So yes. yes. Used to think it's for adrenaline. Really, but yeah, it would be nice, you know, just to like chill. And I definitely want to try like something that has you know, I don't know, dinner. Like, how would that go? I should like look at that up, because I never, like, I can't imagine it right now. Like, I don't know, just like put a table and stuff. Like, how spacious is it? And then how are they gonna like deliver the food and stuff? So it's like interesting. There's one with the whole feast, but it's expensive. Even so, like, I would want to try it at least once, you know? It's kind of like, some of it's just like, oh, it's a once in a, like, you gotta experience it at least once kind of experience. So yeah. Yeah. Is there one in ID? I don't know. Like a Ferris wheel? I don't know. Even if there is a Ferris wheel, like, yeah, like I said, unless like the view's like totally like super gorgeous landmarks, so and so. Like, there's definitely a Ferris wheel, multiple even, probably like a lot of, there's only a lot, but yeah. Something that's like, has like the purpose to like showcase landmarks, I'm not really sure. Is it rather Ferris wheel than a hot balloon? I don't know. I don't really know. But yes. It's turning, but it looks completely still. No, you're just dumb, Ryunosuke. Yes, that's because it's turning so slowly. One complete revolution takes about half an hour. Yup. If you were mad enough to go in one, it would be more fun to whiz around fast, don't you think? No. I feel as though you might have just invented a new sort of right there, you know? Nothing much, I guess. Now we can converse to him, government policy. Using high voltage electricity to somehow disassemble a man's body, and then beam him across to the crystal tower, is an extraordinary thing to attempt, especially in public. True facts, it was by far the most unusual of the experiments planned for the exhibition, mind. To be honest, I'm a bit surprised it was allowed. Carrying out something so dangerous with so many spectators present, I mean. The government's doing everything it can to promote new science and technology at the moment. They're more worried about being ahead of the game than the odd spot of public safety infringements. If they can be the first to develop some new technology, it makes Britain more powerful in the future, you see? Yes, I suppose that's true in a way. So the powers that be are placing a heavy emphasis on scientists' rights at the moment. Halo burung, kenapa orang pada manggil burung? What sort of rights? They're making it so that any theories the brains have remained their legal property, as it were. Right through developing it to a practical idea and even going into production. Like, these sentences I'm reading, but you know, they do not really like parse to the brain. Which is the infuriating reason us coppers aren't allowed to touch this crime scene. Because the new Highfalutin Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act forbids it. Oh gitu. The only people with permission to investigate here are from some brand new department at the yard. The FIT, it's called. Forensic Investigation Team. We've been really relegated to keeping guard. Oof. The FIT. Any old fool can see that this heap of scrap metal was a sham to begin with. But just because it says scientific equipment on the paperwork, we can't do a flaming thing with it. Poor Grexy. He's very head up, isn't he? Special dispensation. What's that mean? Remind me again, what's this new legal act that means we're not allowed to touch the scene here? Are you having me at it, sunshine? It's the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. SDSEA. Yes, I think Hurley mentioned that recently. With a real twinkle in his eye, as I remember. I'm sure he did, your ladyship. I'm sure he did. Passed especially for this great exhibition it was. All scientists have to do is present their ideas or inventions to some suits in the civil service. And if it gets a rubber stamp, that's a guarantee of rights to maintain the invention's confidentiality. What does that really mean? Think about it. Think of all the world-changing new inventions on display every day at this exhibition. Although a good half of them are a load of cobblers if you ask me. Put forward by shammers like yourself.
Oh, I love how absurd some of the inventions here are. It's so fun.
It may be fun to you, but a member of the force has to be present at every single demonstration. Can you imagine, eh? Hang science, that's what I say.
Oh, I don't think so. That sounds like my dream job.
You'd soon think otherwise after spending a day guarding all these shammers' bogus contraptions. But if they're all bogus, how can anyone hope to demonstrate them? There'd be no point. Yeah, well, there is a point, sadly. Sorry? Thanks to another of our government's bright ideas. If any theory of invention is deemed to show potential, the government hands out a research grant. The scientists get funding? Exactly, and that's what they're all after. All these shammers coming from far might to clog up Hyde Park. And who has to keep all of them safe, eh? Who has to smile politely and welcome them? Us coppers, that's who. So you can't see why I say it now, can't ya? Hang science, hang it.
Oh, maybe I can see your point.
Iris should present her stuff in here, you know? She can get money. Professor Harebrain. Apparently Professor Harebrain lives and works in Germany now, conducting his research. That's right, came back to Britain especially for the Great Exhibition. As I understand it. Probably after one of the government's research grants. Actually, we learned something else about the professor earlier today. About his time in further education, it turns out he was at university with someone we both know. Lord Van Zeeks. Eh? What's that? That's news to me. But if Van Zeeks mans the prosecution, then that this the accused, the professor's fate is sealed? Because the Reaper will get him one way or another? Blimey. That man's beyond me. Don't know what goes on in the head of his. Talking of Van Zeeks, this morning's paper ran the story of him being attacked. Read that? Yeah.
Oh yes, but Mr. Reaper is completely fine. Nothing to worry about.
Yes, right. I'm glad to hear it. Still the Reaper, huh? How long's that business gonna keep up, I wonder? The victim of this case, the investor, Mr. Asman. He was another of the Reaper's victims, or so I heard. Lord Bear Van Zeeks is the top-class prosecutor. But even he can't always push the right verdict through. Sometimes justice can't win. I heard about jurors being bribed and evidence being falsified. Spicy. And that's how the notion of the Reaper of the Bailey came about, isn't it? Obviously, Scotland Yard suspected Van Zeeks initially. They all assumed he was taking matters into his own hands if he failed to seal the deal in court. Although the man himself denies that charge. Well, we've done a very thorough investigation, and the conclusion we reached, Apatuch, is that Lord Van Zeeks is in no way related to the deaths of the people outside the courtroom. Was just about to say. There's no question in my mind. I'd stake my reputation on it, I would. Thank you, Officer Greggy. But if that's true, then how do you explain it? All those defendants couldn't just have coincidentally died if nobody killed them. I know that, but I can't explain it. It's a mystery after all, isn't it? That's the whole point of the Reaper. Yeah, Professor Harebrain mentioned something else. He said that at university, Lord Van Zeeks was a totally different person. Easygoing and kind. You what? He said that it was after they both graduated that something happened to change the man. Guess you could say he's a changed man. Do you have any idea what it was? No clue? Whoa, you sus! Why do you look like that? Look, I've got my hands full watching over this frustrating crime scene. Why don't you go and make a nuisance of yourself some elsewhere, eh? Right, are you done here, Mr. Naruto? Sorry? Isn't it about time you were leaving, or rather... It is about time! That lot are here now. Oh, the fit people? That lot? Yeah, the fit people. They'll be giving me the heave-ho in a minute, too. Oh dear. Poor Gregsy.
Here, have another cup of my special blend to cheer you up.
Blub 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 blub. That hit the spot. Yup, hits it every time. Well, at least I've seen the scene with my own eyes. Looks like this is as far as we're going to get with our investigations here, at least.
I've been thinking. Really might know something, mightn't he?
About what?
About Mr. Reaper.
Oh, what happened to Lord Van Zeeks? You mean? Because it sounds like something very significant occurred after he graduated from university. Something that completely changed his life. Maybe, but I have no idea where to find Mr. Sholmes at the moment. He's in the middle of some big case, isn't he? Madam to spells. What's this? Some kind of entrance ticket? Oh. You don't know it? It's the most popular attraction in London at the moment. It's really close to Baker Street, actually. You could go now if you like. That's where Hurley is. What? This popular London attraction? Yes! How is that you know where he is? Hurley told me. He told me to keep it a secret from you, Rena. I don't see how it could be related to the case we're investigating here, but then... stranger things have happened, and when they happen, Mr. Sholmes is usually at the heart of them. Okay. What do you make of this? Oh, okay. 9 times out of 10 I find clues turn out to be red herrings, so there's every chance that's totally irrelevant. That's actually a fairly persuasive argument. Ah, wait. Let me check this little contraption thing. Is this like a crossbow or something? Looks like something Hurley would have. I can't really do anything with it at the moment. Oh! There's some sort of lever here. It is a crossbow! Oh my god, what is this? It looks like a cross between a bow and a gun. It's a crossbow. It's a mini ballista. So cute. I think it's probably used for the same thing too. Yeah, it's a folding crossbow. I don't think there's anything else we can... Oh, hold on. This groove here must be where the arrows are loaded, I suppose. So I was right. It's a sort of bow with an automatic firing mechanism. This would be perfect for someone like me who catches his ear with the bowstring 2 times out of the tree. Nice. In fact, if I'd had one of these, maybe I could have been because of my Kudo archery training. It's funny. Okay, and I think... Oh. Looks like you wind this around in order to draw the bowstring back and create tension. Tension, spicy. You must be able to fire arrows with a huge amount of force using this device then. In fact, I would imagine it's far more accurate and powerful than a Japanese long bow. I really had no idea what I was picking up when I spotted this at the exhibition grounds. Okay. Good enough, I think. Nothing else. Okay. Okay, let me just move somewhere else. Madam Two Spells. Let's talk to Hurley. Is this like Madame Tussauds but like 2 spells? Cute background. What is this place? What is this place? Look at all these terrifying scenes. Why are all the people so still? Guillotines, ruthless murderers. Oh my god, I got so traumatized! I know all I'll be doing about tonight. Because like these wax museums, you know, see these wax museums, they have the section where it's like, oh, cool celebrities and like cool, oh, like just cool people in general. And then like you have a special section where it's just like really, really, really scary stuff. And that really like traumatized me as a baby. Like, there was like the, ooh, like the guillotines there, whatever. Yeah. Yeah, it's like, you see that as well? Yeah, it's just like, cause it's just like, it gave me like a whiplash when I, you know, like, oh, it's like, oh, it's so nice. Yeah, the wax people so cool. They're realistic. Yeah, something. And then like, you move to this section and everything's so scary. I was like, what is this? I want to go home. Oh God, that was something. Oh my goodness. I know what I'll be dreaming about tonight. They're all wax models. They're amazingly realistic, aren't they? What do you think, Reno? Shocked? Oh my gosh. I read about dead bodies and wax once in a magazine about strange phenomena. Depending on how corpses are kept after death, parts of them can turn to wax, apparently. It's called Adidas. Stop talking about creepy things like that, Runa. You're scaring me. Anyway, adipocere? I don't know. What now? I've just remembered something else I read in another magazine about strange phenomena. There was an old lady, maybe a witch, who used to pour molten wax over corpses and put them on display. Like House of Wax? None of the exhibits in here are real. Except the ones that are. I love this one. I love this art so much. You don't see like 2D in this game, so like finally you see 2D people in here. It's so cool. They're all entirely man-made replicas. They can't be. Do you really expect me to believe that? Just look at them. Oh. Yeah, like see, that one's like 3D, but like see, this is... And I think in London too, they're... God. Shoms. Yeah, and then like I think like for example like in London there's also something like that, but they're like strictly for the horrors of like back then, quote unquote. It's for like it's like some kind of like museums but for horror or stuff only. I think you can look it up, like I don't know. Yeah. So since we're in London here anyways, like I guess might as well talk about it. Like they had like all the like scary stuff, and then they had like the Jack the Ripper stuff, and then the like a horror wax museum. Like I don't know what it's called. I forgot, but they had something like that. It was like, so all of it are scary. So like if you go there, like you know what you're expecting. Anyways. Yeah. You guys should look it up if you guys don't know about it. And there are such gruesome scenes. Yeah, like I think like even like they had like this Jack the Ripper one, and then all the statues are like really scary too. Like they show like the OMG, the yabe stuff. There are a lot of wax museums in 90 then. Actually, I've never been to a wax museum in 90, I don't think. Chamber of Horrors. Gruesome scene, especially this one. Points at Shomes. What is it? Oh. No, I must be seeing things. Wait, I wanna go. I wanna check this out first. What the? Why is there like a hand here? That big heavy curtain is a very prominent position, isn't it? I have a nasty feeling there's going to be something truly terrifying behind it.
is to spell special exhibit. It depicts one of England's most notorious killers. Do you want to pay the extra fee and have a look?
Yes! Pay more money to be even more terrified? Oh, let me think about that for a moment. That was only a suggestion. Okay, this is nice. It's like 2D. Okay, what is this? What's this say? Is this some infamous murderer? Jane the Ripper. What? I knew it! You can tell by the way she's holding that knife. Sure sign of a murderer. Well, yes. Ah! What's the matter, Runo? I worked it out. I know what she's doing. She's trying to fill that bathtub with blood so she can have a soak in a victim's gore. Not according to the information about the exhibit on the little board here. It doesn't mention anything about the bathtub. Well, then why? Maybe she takes a bath with the victims and then afterwards, she kills him. I don't think that's significant. Oh, really? I still think it has to be there for a reason. Nice picture though. It's so refreshing to see like actual illustration, like actual 2D illustration. Please do not touch the statues. Is this an arm? It looks like an arm, doesn't it? Maybe one of the waxwork models have fallen over. You don't think it could be the work of one of the mass murderers in here, do you?
Bruno, stop scaring me.
Is it a wax arm? Or a real one?
Come on, you're always pointing that finger of yours in court. Point at him now and see how it feels.
Objection! Okay, I don't want to look at this guy. I want to check out the... Hold on. I want to check this one out first. Is this an example of Western tsujigiri?
I don't know what that is.
You know, when an unscrupulous samurai randomly attacks a passerby to test his sword.
I still don't know, no. But actually, a waxwork samurai would probably be hugely popular. Could you model it, do you think, Bruno? Doing that tsujigiri thing you mentioned.
Well, I do have a sword, but I have no intention of testing how sharp it is on a human subject. For now, at least. For now. Yeah, because this is... Yeah, this looks more like Jack the Ripper, I think. Oh, what's in the bag?
Oh, that's a funny place for a little ladder.
Is this a step ladder reference?
What is it? Is something wrong?
No, it's just that in Japanese, we have a totally different word for a ladder that folds in half like that.
We do in English too, you know. It's a step ladder with just steps. So be careful of making assumptions about other cultures, Reno. That's how wars are started.
I didn't realize step ladders were an international point of contention, but the writer makes an astute point. Alright, and we're gonna like check homes later. This one. These models are so well made, I can't tell what's a waxwork and what's a real human.
Or maybe all the exhibits are real people. And when it's closing time and all the visitors have gone home, they suddenly start moving about.
Yes, totally. Just thinking about it makes me wish it was closing time already and I was on my way home. Nothing particular of note. Okay, he's sleeping. Oh, we have a... Okay, what's left is Sholmes, I guess. It's... the great detective, Mr. Sherlock Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes has his own wax statue in here? For real?
world famous after all.
It's an uncanny resemblance, isn't it? It makes my skin crawl to look at it.
I know. Look, Reno, you can kick this Hurley, and he doesn't move a muscle.
Oh my god.
You can't go around kicking the. Oh! Oh!
It just moved, I'm sure. And not just a little bit either.
Really?
Did it? Look closely. There are beads of sweat on the face of this waxwork model. Shall we move on, Iris? Over there, look, there's a great murder scene to enjoy. Much more feeling. My dear fellow, I take exception to your recoiling in such a manner as if you've seen something truly abhorrent. Meh, Mr. Sholmes. Iris, what possessed you? I strictly forbade you from divulging my temporary waxwork secret to Mr. Naruhodo. Temporary waxwork? What do you mean? And that kick, could you not have exercised a little restraint? You winded.
Irina has something he needs to ask you.
A question?
And I thought you'd probably be getting bored too. So here we are.
Well, I can't deny that your timing was impeccable. A mere 2 minutes before being stationary like that, and my great brain, upon which all my success has been built, would have turned to wax. Thank goodness we arrived in time. Indeed, in many ways, the pair of you just saved the world from an unimaginable loss.
Oh, Hurley, you do like to talk nonsense, don't you?
Man, I love Iris.
He could know something.
Oh, he could know something, it's true. About Lord Van Zeeks and what happened in the past to change him. Now that you're here, let's take our time. How can I be of assistance? For your luck, I'm suddenly quite taken with the idea of conversing. Oh, well, actually, I'm in quite a hurry. If my eyes don't deceive me, I believe something is afoot within the walls of this very museum. A most fascinating case, if I'm not mistaken. Really? Moreover, I have a strong suspicion that it is related to the matter about which you've come to me now. But how could it be? We shall speak again presently, my dear fellow. But for now, I must return to my work. Back to being a temporary waxwork exhibit? Something to ask you. Well, what is it you'd like to ask me then? Actually, it's about Lord Van Zeeks. Ah, our friend Mr. Reaper. How did you find him? Well, I trust. So I filled Mr. Sholmes in about everything I learned. About Lord Van Zeeks, about Professor Hairbrain. And about the strange coincidence that they had been at the university together. Okay. So I'm wondering what it was that happened to make Lord Van Zeeks such a different person. I was sure that you'd know, Hurley. You said there was something going on here at this exhibit hall before. Something was afoot. But you believed it was related to what I wanted to ask you about. Mr. Sholmes? You suddenly clammed up. Well, it seems to have reached the unavoidable... Greetings. Daughter. What's she wearing? Could she look any more mysterious? Huh? Are you Madame Two Spells? I hope you're appreciating my museum. Sorry, have we? Mr. Sholmes, do you know this? Not again. My apologies. I have Esmeralda 2 spells. This is my museum of waxwork. Interesting. You're the Madame 2 spells? Bien sûr, although only 26 years young, I might add. Is that significant somehow? I'm a Madame in name only. It has a certain je ne sais quoi. I don't know how to pronounce that. Right. Firstly, I must apologize for my waxworks, or rather one waxwork in particular. Qua. I'll leave Mr. Sholmes then. I was led to believe he was a great detective, but he seems unable to settle. Next time you move from your designated exhibit, there will be toil and trouble. She sounds deadly serious. That's a problem. How am I supposed to ask Mr. Sholmes about Lord Van Zeeks now? Let's not forget what Hurley said before. About something being afoot. Right here in the museum, I mean. Yes, I know, but... I'm so curious! I want to know what's happening here. Haven't we got enough on our plate already? Okay, oops, sorry. Something afoot. I wonder, could I ask you something? Bien sûr. I'm just curious, is there anything going on in the museum at the moment? Some kind of incident, perhaps? Whoever suggested such a thing to you? Oh, well, it was... He's gone. Your temporary waxwork over there who mentioned to me a little... Oh! He disappeared? A wax model is a work of art, not some tawdry object for trade. Can you do a French accent? No. I don't know how to speak French. But there you are. Leaving the exhibit again when you should be working? Do you wish to be melted down? My dear Madame Tuspel, save your reprimand. There are more pressing concerns. Relax can wait. It's our ideas about your current problem we must throw to the melting pot instead. Personally, I would advise you not to involve the police. Why ever not? She stared as wide as a sheet. Because you have at your disposal a great detective whose services you may employ for a mere 50 shillings. Ooh, gee. Though please be aware that I prefer. No, I insist upon payment in advance. Huh? Ngomong apa? Yeah, very well. Let us see if the great detective is able to live up to his name, shall we? Ah, spicy. Before I engage my analytical processes, I must ask you to clarify something. Wait, I kind of missed the, the Holmes dance thing. The dance with Sholmes. The deduction dance kind of thing. What, pray, is behind the curtain? It's what you're going to become. That is the Tuspel special exhibit. There is an extra charge to see it. Ah, the special exhibit in the House of Horrors. Ah, no! No! It must depict a special killer then, I presume. Would you be so kind as to draw back the curtain, I wonder? I mean, if you pay, yeah. Absolument none. There is nothing amiss behind there. Nothing amiss, madame. What about the arm protruding ominously from under the curtain? It's just asking for toilet paper. I strongly encourage you to allow me to see what lies beyond before the situation worsens. You can just pay! Yes, very well. I will draw back the curtains, but only as... Frick, how do you read this? Only a... What? Okay, let's open it. Oh. Number 139. I must confess, I peeked behind the curtain earlier. The two-spell special exhibit is a very bleak graveyard scene indeed. And yet, somewhat surprisingly, the waxwork killer one would expect is nowhere to be seen. What does strike one, however, is a portly gentleman lying peacefully on his back on the floor. Is he real? Well, then perhaps Mr. Sholmes, that man on the floor, is the ruthless killer himself. Plump sword ahead. I'm afraid no, my dear fellow. He's a perfectly ordinary London gentleman, not even waxwork, in fact. What? As skillfully made as these waxworks are, they are always distinguishable from real humans. How? So, allow me to present my two conclusions. The first is that a sizable business transaction has been taking place in a special exhibit. Ooh, spicy. Why? Why would you say that? And the second is that the aforementioned transaction is linked to a serious crime. Ah! She looks as pale as candle wax. I don't understand. So, Madame Two Spells, as you've agreed to my fee, you shall now have the pleasure of seeing this famously great detective and temporary exhibit at work. Yes! Finally! Yo! Okay, I missed this one so much. Waxworks Fatty. To begin with, we must ask ourselves what exactly is afoot here in this museum. The answer is revealed by the bundle of banknotes protruding so helpfully from your bag. It's for me. Ooh. In my estimation, some 200 pounds. That is all my own money. So what does this large sum of money reveal? I love, you know, the little animations, like when she does like this segment, like how the other party gets like startled or something or confused. Not as much as the involuntary glance you cast, it would seem, Madame Two Spells. Yes, the answer lies where your eyes now fall. Where? The significance of the 200 pounds is revealed by that public notice. Yeah, she's confused now. I love how, see there's the scared face. Waxwork for sale? Your business has hit hard times, it would seem. In short, you sold the infamous killer, the centerpiece of your special exhibit, for the sum of 200 pounds. None! Now, let us explore the next curiosity with which we are presented. Who is the portly gentleman stretched out so peacefully on the floor? Non dayo. It would appear the man has suffered a severe shock, the cause of which is clearly known to you. Portly sword ahead. Ah. Unfortunately, madame, keeping secrets does not appear to be your forte. What dealt the man such a shocking blow was, of course, the 200 pounds. So confusing. It would appear that she twisted this gentleman around your little finger most effectively. Oh, she has like braids at the behind of her hair. What are you suggesting? He rashly agreed to purchase the waxwork for the sum of 200 pounds. Only when he came to hand the money over did it occur to him what an extortionate amount he was paying. But the money was no longer in his hands. And the result? The scene we see before us. He collapsed in shock. Yeah, I don't know. Yes, the killer in the special exhibit fetched a killer price. We can only pray that the gentleman's dreams are not plagued with regret. Sold for cash. And then topic 2 is waxwork location. The question that arises then is what has become of the waxwork that changed hands. Let us consider the problem for a moment. You cannot possibly, OMG. What immediately strikes me about this conundrum is the young man standing over there. He's real, huh? Who is this fellow? To find the answer, we need only observe his neckerchief. Such as is worn by policemen as a secret sign to fellow members of the force that a crime is being perpetrated. Yes, this young man is an undercover policeman currently investigating this museum. I know him well, in fact. It's Sergeant John Clay. What are you talking about? John Clay. The man's quite a celebrity. He received triple accolades, I don't know, at last year's policing awards. But next, we turn our attention to the old man sat before him with a particularly unsightly visage. I've been watching closely and he hasn't moved a muscle. Maybe he's dead. As if he were waxwork. Why is there like a label on like his scarf? Your reaction only confirms my suspicions, madame. Observe. Ah, see, yeah. The telltale sign that instantly proves whether or not this old man is waxwork is the obvious price tag. Threepence. A tragically low price, you might say. Though perhaps we are the going rate for aging waxworks riddled with cracks. And yet you sold it to the portly gentleman for an exorbitant 200 pounds. The sort of plucky behavior that's sure to attract the attention of Scotland Yard. Isn't that so, madame? I do not. Yes, the waxwork you sold has already been seized by the police and remains in their custody as we speak. The old man must be reunited with his grave in the special exhibit, and not a moment too soon. What? Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this horrifying puzzle. Man. She's holding the thing. I see I've stunned you all into silence. You have, really, you have. And you've obviously upset this young lady in the process. Her cauldron looks awfully hot. If I could just bring up one point, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, the notorious Naruhodo 1 point. I'm all ears, my dear fellow. According to your deduction, then, the special exhibit featured this old policeman. So, that would mean that he's the particularly ruthless murderer, wouldn't it? The killer policeman. Aturan. Sorry? Was a mysterious series of murders that rattled the capital only last year. The police rushed into the scene every time, only to find the culprit had disappeared into the aether. And it turned out the culprit was a policeman himself, a senior officer by the name of Aturan. So you mean that's who the sinister-looking old man there is supposed to be? Indeed. It is a particularly grim face, is it not? Unforgettable, in fact. Yes, I remember that odious countenance only too well. But is 200 pounds a lot of money for a wax model? Would be enough to afford one of the latest steam carriages if that puts things in perspective. So it is quite a lot then. Is there anything else you wish to add? Before I melt you down. That bubbling wax is looking more and more ominous. Ugh, the smell of all that molten wax is starting to worry me. Mr. Sholmes did more or less just accuse her to her face, so... I think I might have to call on your assistance here, Iris, if that's alright. To make some minor corrections to the great detective's great deductions.
Of course it's alright. We'll soon set things straight.
Well, let's get started then, shall we? Before Madame Two Spells vents her anger. Sussy. That's what I was waiting to hear, my dear fellow. So, Madame Two Spells, in accordance with our agreement, you shall now have the pleasure of seeing this famously great detective and temporary exhibit at work. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Okay, for this one. To begin with, we must ask ourselves what exactly is afoot here in this museum. The answer is revealed by the bundle of banknotes protruding so helpfully from your bag. Yes, in my estimation, some 200 pounds. That is all my own money. Okay, not as much as a voluntary glance, it would seem. Her eyes are so sultry. I don't like, he has that like, ooh, spicy eyes. Yes, the answer lies where your eyes now fall is... the significance of the 200 pounds revealed by the public notice. Damn. She definitely looked in this direction, it's true, but... I'm not sure she'd sell any of her waxwork even for 200 pounds. Oh. She must pour her heart and soul, how I get it, making them, don't you think, over and above the wax. If it were me, I wouldn't sell them for anything. Yeah, for that much money, I would, but it sounds like that makes me a bad person. It's like a work of art. Like, people who don't appreciate it can appreciate it, but the people who, like, you know, it's complicated. I wonder if the 200 pounds could have some other significance. Let's follow that glance again and see if there's anything else that could explain it. Okay, oh! What's that? Note on the wall. Maybe it's this one. What's that note doing pinned on the wall there? Let's see. Dear Madame Two Spells, we've taken the prisoner from this room. The price for his safe return is 200 pounds. Have the money ready by noon? Ah, oh my god! What? This is extortion! It's a ransom note! Exactly! Oh my god.
Take that!
The significance of the 200 pounds is revealed by the ransom note. Quite so, and we must congratulate these criminals on their inventiveness of abducting a waxwork. Ah! 200 pounds is no small ransom fee, yet you clearly intend to pay it. That's because it's priceless. The model in question has special importance. So I put together all the money I have. In summary then, 200 pounds you have in your handbag is ransom money. Now, let us explore the next curiosity with which we are presented. Who is the portly gentleman stretched out so peacefully on the floor? Portly sort of head. It would appear the man had suffered a severe shock, the cause of which is clearly known to you. What is it, I wonder? Ah. Unfortunately, madame, keeping secrets does not appear to be your forte. What dealt the man such a shocking blow was, of course, the 200 pounds. What? So if the waxwork was kidnapped, where does that leave us in terms of who this man is? We could just ask him when he comes round. I think the point of this exercise is to understand the beauty of the deduction process, Iris. Yes, you're right. Hurley's trying so hard, you mustn't let him down. Well, there's little doubt that he suffered a shock. That much seems clear. But in that case, what's Madame Two Spells trying to hide? Let's have a closer look around. What dealt the man? What's wrong with her? What? Oh, the hand? The hand of Madame... What's wrong with the hand of Madame? Why is it... I don't think this is hand of Madame! I think this is hand of someone else! I think that's hand of something else. Bro, what? This is just Madame Tussauds' right hand, isn't it? Yes, it must be. I can clearly see her left hand after all. Oh, but wait a minute. This is a left hand as well, look. Don't say such creepy things, Iris, please. It seems very stiff too. In fact, it's really hard. Maybe it's like a wax arm or something. You mean it's made of wax? Maybe he thought like, OMG, it's a real arm.
Take that!
What dealt the man such a shocking blow was, of course, the waxwork hand. Indeed, with a solid waxwork limb, one could deliver a very substantial blow. How could you? A hand protruding from the bottom of your cape. It ought to be a right hand, but closer inspection reveals that in fact, it's a left hand. What? Did she like bonk the guy with it? And somewhat masculine as well. Hey, don't judge. In other words, it does not belong to you, madame. It is the hand of a waxwork model. Yeah! Some of the visitors to my museum can be troublesome. They meddle with the exhibits and cause damage. So you mean that arm? Yes, this gentleman saw fit to try to remove it as a souvenir. What? No small keepsake. Like taking a whole branch of a cherry tree when you go to view the blossoms. I am afraid I had to teach the man a lesson. He confronted the man and tried to take the arm back. And the result, the scene we see before us. He was knocked unconscious. A point we may need to revisit later, but for the time being, we have our conclusion. Yes, the killer in this special exhibit has been kidnapped. Okay, now this one. So where is it actually? The question that arises then is what has become of the waxwork that's in hand? Let us consider the problem for a moment. You cannot possibly. What immediately strikes me about this conundrum is the young man standing over there. Who is this fellow? To find the answer, we need only observe the neckerchief. His 3D-ness. According to Mr. Sholmes, the yellow neckerchief is a sign to other policemen that some crime is underway. A way of communicating with his colleagues without revealing his identity, yes. It's a secret that closely guarded by Scotland Yard. That Mr. Sholmes didn't hesitate to give way. Well, uncovering secrets is in any true detective's nature, of course. Right, anyways, judging from Madame Tussauds' reaction to Mr. Sholmes' deduction, I think perhaps you might not have identified the man quite correctly. What the? What the? The man has a stub sticking out of his shoulder where his arm should be. Well, that settles that then. Right, this isn't a real person at all. His entire arm's been ripped off from the shoulder down. His arm's been... Of course, that ties in with what we just found out.
Take that!
Wow. He's definitely unarmed. Who is this fellow? To find an answer, you need only observe his shoulder stub. No such boneless human walks this earth. Of that, I can assure you. In other words, the man standing here, the young Sergeant John Clay, is made out of wax. Defying all odds, a waxwork model. I seem to remember that it was you who concluded he was a real person in the first place, Mr. Sholmes. He has become quite a celebrity in London, being the winner of no less than 3 policing awards last year. I simply had to make a model of the man.
Naturally, what other explanation could there be? And it was this detective's arm that was pulled off by the man on the floor of the special exhibit, wasn't it? Next, we turn our attention to the old man sat before him with a particularly unsightly baton. I've been watching closely and he hasn't moved a muscle, almost in fact as if he were a waxwork. But your reaction only confirms my suspicions, madame. I noticed it at once, of course. Observe. The telltale sign that instantly proves whether or not this old man is a waxwork is the obvious price tag. Remember a couple minutes ago when Sholmes said wax statues were easily distinguishable from people? Exactly. A killer policeman called Ottermole, was it? Was all over the papers last year, but I can't say I know what he looks like. It's a very low price though. Threepence isn't much money. Only enough for a few measly hours of gas in Mr. Garrido's delightful lodgings, in fact. So this is the special clip taken from the special exhibit, is it? The waxwork that somebody stole from the museum and tried to ransom for 200 pounds. Is this crusty old killer policeman Otterwall? Really? Perhaps we should have a good look around again to see if another idea crops up. Ah. Look at this! This old man's tapping his foot like crazy! Seems to be fast asleep though. He's not tapping his foot consciously then. So you mean... it must be a twitch. Never mind that, the point is waxwork don't tap their feet. Or twitch! Look at his arm too. We've seen a scarf like that somewhere else around here, haven't we? Hey, wait. He's getting roasted for somebody that's sleeping, I know. So sad. Telltale sign that instantly proves whether or not this old man is waxwork is the obvious twitch. Even the most realistic waxworks do not exhibit a twitch. In other words, this splendid old man is in fact a genuine member of Scotland Yard. Slight shift in your choice of adjectives then. And there you have it. Well, Madame Two Spells? Well, what? It was me who contacted the police and demanded that someone come in the first place. He is clearly fatigued. He is sound asleep. But then, what's this tag about showing a price of 3 pence? No doubt the price tag of the muffler which the old Bobby purchased recently at a local market. And I presume you've observed the scarf tied around his arm. Does that not strike you, Mr. Naruhodo? Yeah, the secret sign used by detectives to show that some criminal activity is currently underway. Of course, because, as you know, there has been just such criminal activity happening here. As you deduced from the very beginning, detective. So it would seem that we finally arrive at the truth. I love how like the guy is like in between them. The waxwork of the especially ruthless killer from the special exhibit has been kidnapped. She looks sad. And Scotland Yard are already investigating. But the model's whereabouts remain a mystery. Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this horrifying puzzle. Still a mystery. Deduction complete. Let's go. That's nice. Elementary. Oh, I guess like poor woman. All sorts of people visit my museum here. Men and women, young and old. Sometimes they drop in just for a short time on their way back from the pub. I welcome them all. But if anyone tries to damage my exhibits, I do not take it lightly. Anyway. Cool. Your great deduction was even more enchanting than I had been led to believe. Oh, now she's friendly. It was
a pleasure, my dear madame. I'm gratified that you enjoyed the spectacle. And as for your rough customer, I have no doubt he'll regain consciousness shortly and return home. What concerns me more is the waxwork from the special display. It was indeed genuinely abducted. Yes, tragically, it was. Then I would ask you to recount to us the events surrounding the stolen waxwork. In as much detail as possible, if you please. Very well. But after I have told you what I know, I must insist that you return to your work. The talents of a great detective could be put to better use, I feel. But as you wish. Okay, let's talk to her. Did you make all these waxworks, Madame Two Spells? I did. I am the third generation of waxwork artisans, you know. Gosh! It was my grandmother who began the tradition in my family. Her fortunes were living through the turbulent times of the French Revolution as she did. Though that is when she acquired the savoir-faire. My god, what? That leads to the astonishing lifelikeness. All these waxworks really do look as though they're alive. In fact, they look more alive than Hurley. What you see exhibited here represents the most atrocious of London's criminal past. All the waxworks were created in the presence of the real people on which they are modeled. In the hours immediately following their executions, that is the secret to the extraordinary lifelikeness. That sounds terrifying. All walks of life have similar challenges, I'm sure. To carry out one's trade par excellence, one must go to extraordinary lengths. My exhibits are a reflection of society. I create only that which the public wishes to see. Why couldn't the public have wished for something less horrifying? Do not fear. Sorry? This room is the only one in the museum with such a macabre theme. I do hope you'll explore. There are models of famous singers, actors, politicians, something from every taste, I hope. Is there models of VTubers? It was Iris who dragged me straight in here, come to think of it. Sorry, perhaps I should have eased you into things. Tell us more about the stolen waxwork, please. It was some days ago now when I came in here one morning. I immediately noticed that a waxwork was missing from the special exhibit here. It is your most prominent display, so that's why the curtains were closed. And I found the ransom note in its place. The culprit must have broken in during the night and taken it then. So this waxwork that was stolen, it was a model or some horrible criminal, I suppose. Huh. Of a particularly horrible criminal, in fact. The killer who left a more profound scar in society than any other, I would say. The professor. Whomst? Professor... who? So, Mr. Naruhodo, it seems the circle is complete. Professor... Sorry? The professor case happened at around the time I was born, didn't it? Indeed it did, Iris. 10 years ago, a series of murders that rocked the capital. 10 years ago? Yes, at exactly the time... boop, 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 boop. That Baroque Van Zeeks graduated for university, in fact. OMG? So the big event that changed Mr. Reaper's life was... as you've surmised, it was the professor case.
this professor then? PP. It was a series of gruesome murders that all of London gripped in terror a decade ago. After 5 victims were killed, the man was arrested. Why is your head like that? Because my neck hurts. I need to stretch. After 5 victims were killed, the man was arrested and put to death. What? And now he's immortalized here in wax for all Londoners to admire and enjoy. Though of course, he happens to be absent at present on account of the abduction. But I don't understand. How is all this related to Lord Van Zieks? You will know soon. You must first understand, my dear fellow. Why is it that the professor earned such infamy? It was due to the victims he chose, some of Whitehall's finest. Ooh, curated victims, nice. What do you mean, Hurley? Those murdered by the professor were some of the highest members of the British aristocracy. Oh, maybe like they killed like Van Ziek's relative or something. Members of the nobility, even royalty. Royalty? It sent shockwaves through the country's administration. Be careful, guys. Members of the... Of course! Professor Harebrain said. Lord Van Zieks is from a family with noble blood. Oh gosh. It was the 5th victim that led to the professor's arrest. The last of the killer's prey was a young noble by the name of Van Zieks, I think. Yeah! Clint Van Zieks. Cling, 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 cling. No, I don't believe it. Van Zieks? I'm sure you can piece together the rest for yourself. In the wake of his older brother's murder, the young Baroque pursued a career as a prosecutor and eventually became the Reaper we know today. Wanna drink some juice? I had no idea Lord Van Zieks has such a tragic past. I mean, everybody in Ace Attorney has a tragic past, so... Especially the prosecutors. Well, I'm afraid that's all I can say on the matter, for the time being at least. Career as prosciutto. How do you pronounce prosciutto? As a waxworks exhibit. I'm afraid I shall have to excuse myself as well. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, of course. It's been a pleasure. Thank you. It is a requirement to be prosciutto in this game, yes. None of the predicted scenarios I've been analyzing involved you coming to visit me here. It's been too long, it really has. I'm delighted to see you, Baroque. It's been 10 years. And here we are meeting in a prison of all places. I can't forgive myself for what happened to Miss Asman. I just can't. First name basis, yeah, so spicy. I still can't believe it could happen. It's so odd looking at him like not in court. It's weird having him stand there in the background like some prison cell. Tomorrow the court will decide. Yes. I have a young Eastern man acting for my defense. He seems reliable enough though. It was an accident. A terrible accident. He assures me he can prove it. I must warn you. Oh, I know. I've heard already. You're going to be prosecuting, aren't you?
Yeah, so used to seeing him at like 45 degrees and like with the wine, yes. Since I returned to England, I've heard lots of stories. Merak, are you really? What? Soulless? Never mind. I know that you have my best interests at heart. For real? My friend is on trial. I wouldn't entrust it to anybody else. Of course, I fully understand. Thank you, Merak. What? Let me see. Maybe let's look. Until tomorrow then, I'll see you in court. Huh? What is this composition implying? To be continued. Zix is not gonna tell him that he has yet to win a case against the young Eastern lawyer? Yeah, conflict of interest, definitely. Is it orange juice or apple juice? It's guava juice. I can't believe it's trial time! Woo! And now here I am, back at the Old Bailey. What's up, everybody? Mr. Naruto! Good morning, Professor Hairbrain. I don't understand. It doesn't make any sense. There's a lot of BL going on today, and BL stands for British Law. Let's go! Ready to get involved in some BL today? British Law, wink wonk. See you in court, wink. The atmospheric pressure in here is off the charts. I've never felt anything like it. It's crushing me. I feel it every time I'm here, that gravity. It's pulling me in. I'll be bowing, I guess. Well, this is Britain's highest court. But are you telling me it's fitted with some kind of device that can actually control air pressure? I think it's probably all in the mind. Kick and punch. Yes, well, you won't let me down, will ya? Mr. Naruto? I'm counting on you in today's trial to save my life. To save the secret to my super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine from being made public. Yes, I understand. I know what I have to do. Die. I have to establish that the explosion 2 days ago was nothing more than an unfortunate accident. Well, I'm sure there's nothing to worry about, really. Justice will prevail. My commiserations, Mr. Naruto. You appear to have been lumbered with the most tiresome case here. Who's that? Oh god, him again. Mr. Sholmes, I didn't expect to see you here. It was very mean, Reno, leaving me alone at home with Hurley. It took me at least an hour to wake him. It's a baby! Is it baby? Herlock Sholmes? Indeed, sir, I am he. Herlock Sholmes. Oh, I've heard all about your exploits, even while living in Germany. Exploits?
Oh yes, Rand's magazine is on sale in Germany too.
This month's installment was sublime. Your deduction in the Adventure of Silver Blaze was wonderful. Which one is that? Ah, yes, a memorable case indeed. It concerned a snake, I seem to recall. Oh, more snakes? No, that was the speckled band. Well, thank you for coming. I do appreciate your support. I'm sorry to disappoint you, my dear fellow, but I'm afraid I can't stay. I have urgent business at Madame Two Spells. You mean your waxwork job? No, the waxwork abduction, of course. Madame has engaged my services. Ah, so you're trying to get to the bottom of that ransom note, are you? The week's wages depend on it, as does the safe return of the waxwork, naturally. As such, I intend to give it my undivided attention. Oh, well, never mind then. I understand. Of course, with my skills of observation and reasoning, resolving the matter will be as easy as proverbial pie. What? What's that mean? I shall return forthwith. For until I solve the case, I shall have no money to afford a pie of any description. Then you must absolutely give it your full attention, Hurley. Oh, it's my keyboard. I'm just playing with the spacebar. Quite, Iris, quite. But life is riddled with irony, you know? Whenever I give something my full attention, I have a quite insatiable desire for a pie. One of the universe's intractable mysteries, you might say. Oh yes, quite, definitely, absolutely. I totally understand. Is someone a little starstruck? Huh. I wish you the very best of luck, Professor Hairbrain. Oh, why? Thank you. Just transmitting government secrets, no big deal. Before I depart, Mr. Naruhodo, a word in your ear, please. What's this about? As you have remarkably little grounding in science, I feel I ought to inform you. As compelling as this super high voltage instantaneous kinesis hypothesis may be, a practical implementation such as was attempted by the professor at the Great Exhibition, it's quite impossible. But the professor said the demonstration was a success. Well, he lied. Yes, it would appear that he fervently believes it was, but... I've read Professor Bunnybrain's paper about it too, Bruno. And I have to say, I'm sure it can be done. It could barely be done theoretically, let alone practically. So he's completely barking up the wrong tree. How could an experiment that had no possibility of succeeding in fact succeed? That's contradictory. And it's that contradiction that will be at the heart of the trial, I have no doubt. What's that supposed to mean? Now I must hurry along. I wish you the best of luck, my dear fellow.
See you later, Hurley.
Yeah. Well, it looks like you're on your own today, Runo. But chin up. What about you, Iris?
No, I'm afraid I can't help. I have something I need to do.
Oh no, we're gonna be alone in court?
Huh?
I see.
It's gonna be a big surprise for you when you find out what it is.
That sounds ominous. Counsel for the defense and the defendant. Court is about to be in session. Oh my gosh, there's nobody that's gonna be like, go, Reine, you can do it, and give me hints. What? We're on our way. For real? Will the departed soul appear next to me and encourage me? An experiment that the laws of science say can't possibly succeed. And a scientist who's convinced that it did. That's the riddle you have to unlock here, Ryunosuke. That's the key to this case. Like when people do the sound tests and they try to touch the spacebar, they glide their fingers from the right to the left. I mean, from the left to the right. It's like realistically speaking, I think I would just hit the center. But it's nice that you know if it sounds okay anywhere you touch it, I guess. They always do the they always do the from right to left. We are sitting today for the public trial of Professor Albert Hairbrain. I now call upon the counsel for the prosciutto and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. Prosecution is ready. The defense is ready, my lord. I'm 6 months out of practice, and what's more... Ah! Sasato gone! I'm without Sato-san today, so sad, yo. Membrane keyboard's better than a mechanical. I mean, not for me, but you do you. Is it just my imagination, or does the air in here feel even more oppressive than usual? So, I must say I recollect the victims of this case all too well. Fade away, right? So sad. It's not being lovesick. I get how it feels, you know. Mr. Aslan was well known as a financier, though that was merely a front for his diverse criminal activities. Naruhodo-san, I don't feel so good. So sad. But you know, yeah, the last time I used a membrane keyboard, like to be completely honest, is I don't know. I actually transitioned. I never got into the gaming mechanical keyboard phase. Yeah. You know how everybody has like, you know, the certain gaming brands? I never had that phase, so I skipped entirely to like this custom boards thing from like I don't know, from like random keyboards you get for free when you buy a PC or something. Yeah. Right. And then yeah, I guess like when you're new to the hobby, like there's a lot of things like you want, like you buy, like you want to buy everything, but then like I guess as time passes, like you realize you can't really buy everything. So now these days I just like focus on like only the stuff that I absolutely really want. It's more peaceful that way. I've been thinking to like probably downsize, but it's like it's gonna be like a hassle. Yeah. I mean like the Corsair, etc. I never had that phase. I jumped straight to this. Yeah. Options open up real quick. Yeah. But yeah, I think like, you know, I'm using these like for like comfort and stuff. I feel like you guys can choose your keyboards like based on your like what you do, I guess. But the jury anime found him not guilty. I'm just like skipping the whole castle to fight Godric. Yo, listen, it's not my fault that the game gave me that choice, alright? Like I didn't even know what I was doing. Yeah. Imagine you jump from freebie earphones straight to the weird name IEM. Yeah, the feeling's like kind of like that, I feel like. I never really was into like in-ear monitors though. I was more of you know, I'm pretty casual when it comes to it. Like I have my home use headphones. Usually I get those that I can also use to like monitor mixes and stuff like that, because it's nice that way. And then I don't know, if I go outside, before I used AirPods, I used to use the smaller headphones, like what was the Sennheiser headphones, the headphones that were like small? What was it called? Amperiors? I don't know what they were called. Yeah, I used to use that, but then I guess it's kind of nice if I don't have to like, I don't know. It's dangerous if I can't hear anything outside, so I eventually just like stuck to like actual earphones. Yes. Are there any keycap sets you're still waiting on? Only one actually, and I don't know. Yes. These powerful London criminals are prepared to go to extreme lengths to keep their freedom. But 2 days ago, on 21st October, Mr. Asman met his end. The work of the Reaper, was it? Yeah, I'm just like kind of scared, like, because I need to like cross the road and stuff like that. It's really scary. Yeah. And I guess it kind of traumatized me, because like once I used like the small headphones with cables, and then I accidentally yanked something and I accidentally threw my phone to like the asphalt, and the screen like it got all beat up from that, even though I just changed my phone case. It was like such a cute phone case too. It's like a cute like official like anime phone case. Yeah, so whenever like I use the phone, I usually prefer like wireless stuff. When I'm at home though, I don't need wireless, I don't think. Especially because there's like subtle delays, like especially when like you do stuff. Because of this, but they were wearing AirPods. At least the phone itself wasn't damaged. Oh, no, it was fine, it was fine. But the fact remains that Mr. Rasmussen's death. You still got the case? Oh, no, this was, Nah, I changed phones since then. It didn't fit anymore. It was a direct result of the actions of the accused, Professor Reine. Very well, then. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people, randomly, for real. Are the 6 of you ready to fulfill your societal duty? Who is this? Wow, we have different jurors now? I was gratified to have been selected to carry out this important civic duty, my lord. Finally, now it's different. Oh, to have a man's fate in the palm of one's hand. Oh gosh, oh golly, it sends shiver down my spine. Yo, who's this? Science experiments, magic, conjuring tricks, courtroom trials, all are nothing more than performances. Any spurious scholar that defiles the reputation of science deserves to hang. What? What are these jurors? We have to listen to what's said on both sides of the fence and then settle on one. That's it, isn't it? Oh, it's the sleeping dude! The sleeping old man! It wasn't like this in my day. It wasn't like this at all. Police killer Automole look-alike. Again, and he's as exhausted as ever, it seems. Now, as I'm sure you are all aware, the incident we are here to judge today tragically took place in the Great Exhibition shortly after its opening. Though the death toll could have been far worse, with the exception of the victim, no one was killed. Nevertheless, the dream of the science being exhibited rapidly turned into a nightmare for the spectators. A tragic turn of events, and as such, the eyes of all London, no, of the whole world, will be on this trial. It is our duty to reach a swift and just conclusion, I feel. So, your opening statement, please, Lord Van Zeeks. At the heart of this incident is technology never before demonstrated anywhere in the world. One of science's latest developments, I take it. The government is keen to capitalize on the Great Exhibition to improve Britain's technological advantage. The technology being demonstrated by the accused was described as super high voltage instantaneous kinesis. Good lord! It's designed to disassemble human subjects using extremely high voltage electricity. Okay. And beam them instantly to another location where they are subsequently reassembled. Is such a thing even within the realms of possibility? I don't know. Well, I don't believe it, that's for sure. Disassembling people with electricity! My goodness! How shocking! Badumts. Ha! The whole idea is absurd. The hypothesis would never stand up to scrutiny. Sir, I believe you are a fellow of the Royal Society, are you not? An expert in your field? I am, and my word on the matter can be considered final. Instantaneous kinesis is poppycock. So, this expert and Mr. Sholmes are in agreement. It's impossible. What is the prosciutto's view on the matter? The prosecution would assert that the accused's instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a success. What? What rot? Order! The professor's hypothesis is currently under investigation by the British government. Says if it is deemed to have merit, a substantial research grant would be made available. The accused made use of the invention built on his new hypothesis to take Mr. Asman's life. In order to be the sole benefactor of the grant, cheese. The disastrous demonstration was no accident. It was carefully designed from the outset to end the life of its victim. Thank you, Lord. Van Zeeks, the prosecution's usual stance is clear. But you will now bring forth witnesses to substantiate your claims. Gladly, my lord. Ooh, spicy. Bailiff, show the first witnesses to the stand. Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court. It's him. He saw it. Oh, I mean, he was on duty. You're playing... What strip courtroom? Albert Harebrained, scientist. You were born in England but have been carrying out research in Germany in recent years, correct? After graduating from university here in Britain, I went and worked in Germany and made an amazing discovery. What you demonstrated was incredible, alright? An incredible explosion! But the science was a success, no? Everyone saw it, they must have done! Yes, there was a terrible accident, but... the demonstration of my hypothesis was a success! That much is undeniable, as shown in this photograph taken by the forensic investigation team. Why he got blood on the... This was taken inside the Crystal Tower, I take it? The centerpiece of the exhibition, no less. That's right, my lord. Seems the victim rammed straight into it. Oof. Just need to pivot the tech into the execution market. I was reading about the... what was it? Like the... you know, like the death coaster kind of thing? I was reading about it actually last night. What a coincidence. Very well, submit the photograph as evidence. The photograph of the victim has been entered into the court record. As the courts heard, the victim of the incident was Mr. ODS Man. The one when the G-forces kill you, yeah. There have been a number of allegations made against... the one where it's just like... and it just keeps rolling and rolling and rolling and rolling. Mr. Asmans looks like he had a hard time. Oh my god. There have been a number of allegations made against the man, but putting them aside for the time being, he was the man who financed the research for the experiment and the demonstration itself. I see, so to summarize the situation, that one is such a thrilling concept. The defendant is accused of taking the life of a man who funded his work. Would that be correct? Exactly. But couldn't it be that the explosion was caused by some malfunction in the apparatus used for the demonstration? That's right, that must be it! My splendid machine! My poor splendid machine! You saw it yesterday, didn't you? We can't even examine the wreckage thanks to the Special Dispensation of Scientific Equipment Act. He's so salty. Yes. What? The wreckage? The wreckage? That being the case, how can the facts be established? red jumpsuits involved in this apparatus? How can it possibly be determined whether this was an accident or a deliberate and malicious act? Extremely simply, my lord. I beg your pardon? I think it was supposed to give you euphoria when you pass out and then your brain stops getting blood and you alive. And I think like it's like built a certain way, so it's like, you know, there's like this, you go up really high and then like you immediately like go down like to gain like velocity, like to gain speed, and then you start like rolling. You just start like, you know, rolling the upside down, and then there's like a lot of it, and but you know, like there's like rolling and then rolling and then rolling and then immediate rolling, and then it gradually becomes like smaller so that it can maintain the like really absurd amount of like G-force. So you will be like dead. But I think like up at the like very first stuff, like you will supposedly be dead, but then like the remaining ones, the later smaller ones, was like to say like if there were like more robust like people, like, you know, in case they didn't die, then this one will make sure that they die or something. Yes. So this will be at your booth at the next HoloFest. No. Yes. Yeah, making sure you're like dead, you know. And then, yes. In case they haven't perished, 6 more rolls for fun. Yeah, I didn't really count. And then, yes, and then like afterwards, like, yeah, you can like, whew, and there's another turn to just like get rid of like the remains and stuff. Yes. A once in a lifetime opportunity. What? Sorry, me? No, your neighbor. Yes, sir. It was murder, plain and simple. Anyone could state that with complete certainty. What? How can he possibly think that? Thank you, Inspector. I think we had better proceed to formal testimony. You will explain to the court on what grounds you claim this experiment to have been a front for murder. Imagine there is angin on Death Coaster. How? But it's not the water. The corpse that went crashing through the crystal tower had a broken neck. Really? I made a minor miscalculation in the angle of the beam projection, that's all. That was my mistake. But dude, somebody died. But the post-mortem examination revealed another injury. A fatal wound. There was a lesion in his chest where he'd clearly been stabbed by something sharp right at the heart. So the victim was killed before he went anywhere, and this fella's the only one who could have done it. An extraordinary business. In addition to suffering a broken neck, the victim was stabbed in the heart. Information I would really like to have heard from someone other than the judge. The coroner says death would have been all but instant from a wound like that. You could say, in fact, that the victim was killed twice by the accused. No, and no, that couldn't be further from the truth. I have here the experiment plan document that was submitted to the security team. The victim stood himself inside something called the birdcage, ready to be beamed instantly. To the second level of the crystal tower, about 25 yards away. Huh? The experiment did not go according to plan, however, because... Huh? As the machine was put into operation, there was a large explosion. The blast caused the beam transmitter to point higher than intended. Oof! Accordingly, the kinesis results in the birdcage materializing in midair. from where it subsequently fell crashing through the glass of the crystal tower's What? My word, one assumes the victim's neck was broken upon impact with the tower then. He died from natural causes, which is gravity. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean for this to happen. The machine was just too powerful. Like, he has no remorse, like, oh my gosh. But honestly, really, I swear, it was just an accident, a terrible accident. Unfortunately, that excuse can't save you. No, not considering the sharp murder weapon that pierced the victim's heart. It's also natural to die if someone shoots you, I guess. Murder weapon? What are you saying? This is the autopsy report submitted by the coroner. The prosecution would like it entered to the court record. Your request is granted, counsel. The autopsy report has been entered to the court record. Let's go. I was there in person, you know. I saw the whole ludicrous performance. And the only other person on the stage with Mr. Assman was that disgraceful excuse of a scientist. Then really, by all accounts, it must have been him. Hard to think otherwise, really. Very well, counsel for the defense. Proceed with the cross-examination, please. Oh, yes, my lord. I need to focus here. It's been a while. Okay. The corpse that went crashing had a broken neck. Wait, let me...
Hold it!
The defense knew nothing of this crucial information. The prosecution received this report from the forensic investigation team only this morning. That was the first we knew of it as well. I can only apologize for the impossibility of informing the defense. Sarcastic and insincere? Thanks. So, what was the nature of this sharp object? Among the accused's tools that were in use at the demonstration, one is of particular interest. This. Oh! See? Blood! There he is. My trusty little companion, and Andrew. Do you know each other already? He's one of my dear friends, like all my tools. Are you okay? This is me looking concerned. I've named them all, you know. Our own big happy family. Alright, Andrew is my flathead screwdriver, of course. His brother, Michael, is a crosshead. Wow. Well, it would appear that your beloved Andrew has a red stain on his shank. That isn't... It's blood, beyond all reasonable doubt. Okay. And that's not all. The long, sharp shape of this Andrew fellow is completely consistent with the victim's wound. What? What? Order! The court will enter this friend of the defendant as evidence. The screwdriver has been entered to the court record. Oh, God. So one of Professor Harebrain's tools is the murder weapon. Great. This is blood. Mr. Asman's no doubt. This is the problem with looking at murder weapons. I've seen this unusually shaped handle before. It's the same screwdriver that was lodged in the grill on the on the floor of the kinesis machine, which could be important information, so I should definitely make a note of it. Okay. Let's examine this. ODS men, British. Hemorrhage of a wound to the chest that pierced the heart, inflicted by a sharp implement. Broken vertebra. Okay, sudden fall from considerable height. Okay. Fatal wound. I'm gonna do this. Victim was killed before he went anywhere. What grounds do you have for saying that? Ha! Do you really need to ask? There were only 2 people in that public experimentation stage in front of the whole crowd. The victim, Mr. Odiasman, and the accused, Professor Harebrain. And we know for certain that before the experiment, the victim was alive. That's right, I saw him with my own eyes. Following the explosion and kinesis, nobody went anywhere near the body. In other words, only someone else on stage was the victim. Oh,
Excuse me.
let's pursue this. Professor Harebrain, do you have some information that may be irrelevant here? Professor! Sorry! I was just calculating the optimal coefficient of electrolysis to separate molecules in the human body. And the witness stand is the best place for that? It seems as though you might have something to say about Inspector Gregson's last remark. Ah! Oh no. Yes, that's right, of course. He just said that nobody else could have done it, didn't he? Yeah, that's right. Who else could have stabbed the victim, eh? I don't know, but there's no way that I could possibly have stabbed Mr. Rasman, as you say. Huh? Explain, please, Professor. Of course, this cold-hearted policeman may not be aware, I suppose. But humans are warm-blooded mammals with blood running continuously through their veins. I had heard. But surely, you see, if I plunge something in the size of Andrew into the man's chest, then the blood will be... The whole stage would have been a bloodbath. No, a blood swimming pool. But thousands of Londoners were watching me at the time. And yet not one of them claims to have seen a swimming pool of blood. Well, no, I suppose not. You see, not one. Why is everybody not doing what they're supposed to do in the courtroom? Rude, didn't say anything like that. Well done, Professor, that was a great counter-argument. Nice. Science, everybody. Order! Yes. I have guava juice. Pray forgive the discourtesy if I savor a drop from my hollow chalice to accompany my old friend's adducing. Here's to you, Albert. Oh, you're too kind, Barak. But really, I'm not a patch on you. You've neglected to what? A particular situation in which very little bleeding would result from a stab wound. Of course. Inspector, enlighten the court, please. Yes, sir. Where are they going with this? Very well, you will amend your formal testimony now, Inspector Gregson. The weapon the victim was stabbed with must have been left in his body when he was beamed through the air. The weapon the victim was stabbed with must have been left in his body while he was beamed through the air. But then who took this off? I'm gonna press again just in case. Why would you think that, Inspector? With any wound, it's only when you pull the weapon out that profuse bleeding occurs. While it sits still lodged in the body, it acts as a stopper of sorts, for want of a better word. I see. What if the killers... Okay, I don't know. You don't need a medical degree to be aware of this fact. It's common knowledge for any investigator. I mean, I also know, but also... Where's Sato-san when you need her? If you ask me, this bloke masked what he was doing from view with his body before stabbing Asman in the chest. Then he beamed the victim off the stage with his fancy device, the screwdriver still where he planted it. I would never do such a thing, not to my precious tools. I would never use them for such dirty work. You only use tools for their intended purpose. That's common knowledge for any scientist. The fact remains, the lack of blood at the scene can easily be explained as the prosecution has demonstrated. So that's all the testimony I have to work with. I had no idea the victim had been stabbed. That changes everything. Van Zieks keep that to himself until now on purpose to gain the advantage? Oh well, I suppose all I can do is press these witnesses for as much new info as possible. Let's keep pressing.
Hold it!
Let's press everything and then... Are you suggesting that's because he fell from a considerable height? Exactly, which highlights something else about this whole rum business. What's that? The fact that the instantaneous kinesis itself was a success. Huh? After the explosion, the cage with the fella inside suddenly appeared out of nowhere in midair. So although the experiment ended in disaster, the so-called instantaneous kinesis did actually occur. Remind us, Professor, what was the cause of the fatal disaster? Huh? Tonten. I made a minor miscalculation in the angle of the beam projection?
Hold it!
So what happened with that? So the angle of projection is critical, is it? And you calculated it yourself? Personally? Absolutely! The calculation is far too complicated for anyone but me to carry it out, yet you still made a mistake? Yes, that's right, that's the point! The calculation is so complicated I can make a mistake! Do people fall for that brazen confidence? I should try it. I took into account the subject's height and weight, the wind direction, the ambient temperature. I considered every possible variable, so I just don't understand how this could have happened. Maybe somebody tampered with it. Obviously then you had to include the weight of the clothes Miss Osman was wearing at the time, I suppose. Ah. Oh. Crackling comments! The answer should have been 3. So much for safety first. But the post-mortem revealed another injury. That doesn't make any sense. I didn't think I'd have to spell this out, but here we go. Just because there were 2 fatal wounds doesn't mean I'm saying the victim had 2 lives to lose, does it? 2, right? Obviously, at first we thought the bloke had died due to his spine snapping in half as well. Ow. But you're saying that's not the case? You'll get your answer once I finish my fish and chips if you don't keep buttoning every few seconds. But we all know that's a bottomless bag. The victim plummeted 30 feet into a glass tower. It would be reasonable to assume that as the cause of death. Right, that's what we all thought. But it was a red herring, wasn't it? While he was beamed through the air. But it doesn't make sense because in this photo, like, unless somebody removed it, then... Right? Unless somebody removed it, then it doesn't make sense. I don't know, I can try.
Objection.
No, it's not. It's not that. Yeah? I want to go to the bathroom. Should be happy to carry proceedings forward in your absence, Handsome. Definitely something weird about that. Because, like, it's probably not the case, but also, I don't know. Wait, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Be right back.
Hold it!
Okay, there's really nothing to see here, I guess, and I think like it can't be. Like it can't be because like, you know, we already have the crossbow and you know the crossbow must have been sus. But how do I use this evidence to like how do I use the evidence? Wait, let's try to read the report. Wound to the chest, broken spine. Wound to the chest, pierced the heart, sharp implement. Is the screwdriver sharp enough? I think... I don't know. Let me see. Okay. Yeah, it's like, oh, okay. And then there's like freaking balloons, dude. Like, okay, like maybe somebody could have like fired it from here or something. There's a reason that there's the balloons over there, like in the map. Definitely. But, oh god, I'm just like, okay, how do we progress? How do we progress to the next phase? Which one to present evidence on? Very distinctive handle. What did I present? Did I present this photo? Should I have maybe... The weapon the victim was stabbed with must have been... Ah! But it's like... Hey, by the way, this was found... in the frick. Did you examine the cloth piece? No, actually. Let me do that, actually. Looks like layers of thick canvas with a thick rubber lining of sorts. Never seen anything like it before. But if I am Mr. Scholl's methods, I might deduce it was part of a raincoat worn by someone who really didn't want to get wet. The culprit? And the showering must have occurred when the person was struck by lightning. What? No! Maybe not. And Interesting. Interesting, interesting. Interesting. Maybe I can try this, and if not, then maybe this. Because, like, I don't know what else.
Objection.
Okay. Yeah, see, like, sometimes, like, you know, like, what to do, but, like, what's the right evidence to present? You say that while the weapon remains in the body, that's very little bleeding, but I found this near the thing, you know. Is that unequivocal? Look, there was no blood on the experimentation stage, even though that's where the fellow was stabbed. The only explanation for that is the screwdriver was still in his body, stopping in a heavy. Yeah, that's why, see, that's why I, like, posted... That's why I showed the photographs, like, hey, you guys blind? Like, see, there's no screwdriver on that freaking photo. But apparently they wanted us to present the screwdriver. It's common medical knowledge, my learned friend. Even on your side of the world. Yes, well, what about this screwdriver? The thing is, we actually saw it at the scene ourselves on the experimentation stage. What? It was on the floor by the wreckage of the machine, poking through a metal grill. I went to pick it up, but the detective here stopped me. Yeah, like, what do you mean it's not evidence enough? Like, the evidence is like, see, you have to open your eyes and see. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Ah, well, now you come to mention it, yeah. Inspector, are we to understand that you permitted the defense counsel to investigate? Oopsie whoopsie! That you contravened the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act? No, not at all. I wouldn't do that. I just let him look, nothing more. I was very clear he wasn't to touch a thing. Yes, that's true. The screwdriver was in plain sight on the stage. But it shouldn't have been, should it? What are you getting at? If this tool had been in the victim's body when the victim was beamed away by the machine, then it shouldn't have been... This should have still been on the stage. Ah. That's right! It should have been beamed across to the Crystal Tower along with Mr. Osman. And being found still lodged in the victim's chest. Ugh. Whoa! Order! Order! How do you explain this, Inspector? Well, I don't... Looks as though everything that the victim had on his person moved with him when he was beamed. The screwdriver was still in his chest when the instantaneous kinesis occurred. Obviously that should have been beamed to the destination as well. You... This is a strange situation. Even though people are saying that instantaneous kinesis is a scientific impossibility, we're still basing arguments on the assumption that it did actually take place. Alright, time to tighten the screws here. Haha, get it? My lord! If the prosecution is unable to explain this inconsistency in its argument, we can only conclude that the testimony given in support cannot be relied upon. Ugh. Lord Van Zieks is stumped! Oh my god. Maybe the scientist? You have something to say, witness? Yes. I knew it! It bears out. The equations hold. Mr. Naruhodo, don't worry! About what? Without delving into the details, there is no inconsistency. What? And even if Andrew had been lodged in Mr. Aslan's chest, my trusty tool wouldn't have moved. Andrew remaining on the stage is consistent with my calculations. Like, he really makes things hard to, like, cause you know, like, obviously, like, he wants it to be a success because he wants the funding and everything. Yeah, it gets annoying, like, but I get, like, where he's coming from. Like, it would be, like, really, really embarrassing to, like, admit that your thing failed. Splash zone alert. It would seem your illusions have been shattered. Clearly we should hear the accused's explanation. Or should I say, this brilliant scientist's explanation? Just when I'd found an inconsistency in the prosecution's argument. Scientists. Very well, the defendant will testify again. Provide us with a scientific explanation as to why the inconsistency asserted by the defense fails to hold. In the name of Apollo, I will, my lord. Can I ask you one more thing to do? Shut up! God! Yeah, it's like you want the it's like you want the client the client wants you to trust them, but then they pull up like all this crap. Like, dude. To be clear, I'm still at the stage of gathering data in my research. I don't care. My hypothesis states the kinesis cannot transport metal, though, hence the metal weapon would have stayed put. In other words, the point just raised by Mr. Naruhodo is an inconsistency at all. I don't know. What about maybe he has like more metal on his clothes, huh? Did that not transport? Huh? Huh? Like frick. Like look. Maybe he has like metal. See, like he has like all. Okay, this is. See, look, this. The glasses like has metal. See everything. Look at the button of the thing. It's metal. Like, bro, stop. Like, if you suck, that's alright. The conclusion of this experiment is that who frickin' asked? Now I have a duty to protect the incredible machine that we built together. I'm gonna be so happy when like, if like suddenly like it turns out, you know, the dead guy has like, I don't know, like metal arms or something, or like metal heart or something. So, the thrust of your testimony, Professor, is that based upon his hypothesis, metal objects cannot be moved by this method of instantaneous kinesis. In other words, since the screwdriver is made out of metal, even if it remained lodged in the victim's chest, the subsequent discovery on the stage despite the victim being found elsewhere is not an inconsistency. You know what is an inconsistency? The existence of your brain fancy. Sometimes you are smart, but other times you're... And therefore, Professor Albert Harebrain could still have been the killer. You idiot! We had to make the case used to contain the subject from wood to that very reason. I was not addressing you, witness. Professor Harebrain? Yes? Whose side are you on here? I don't take sides, Mr. Naruhodo. No. My only interest lies in upholding my hypothesis. I'm a scientist after all. Yeah. I'm gonna put you in jail. Is he working for us or against us? It's very hard to tell. Let's see how you cross-examine this testimony, my Nipponese friend. Yes, fire away, Mr. Naruhodo. To be clear, I'm still at the fuck. Who asked? My hypothesis states the kinesis cannot transport metal, though, hence the metal weapon would have stayed put. Okay, I'm gonna press this. How did you come to know Mr. Osman in the first place? A year ago now, a small provincial science journal published a little paper about my work. Aw, that's cute. That's a scientific journal? Good gracious, I should need my new spectacles. Like, this is like the kind of people slash witnesses I hate. It's like... It's like, are you trying to mess with us? Do you think we're stupid? Like, do you think I'm stupid? Like, you say all this like BS. Like, what? I might have had an extraordinary hypothesis and a great promise, but at the time I had no money. I had to eat tiny little meals at a tiny little cafe and drink watered down water out of a tiny little glass. Like, you know, like he's like, I don't know, sabotaging us, like trying to, you know, trying to be like, I'm this smart scientist, you know, and stuff, and like, you're not fooling anyone. You're not fooling anyone. It's like, ugh, and then they act like that. It's like, what? It's like, you are wasting my time. Watered down water. When Mr. Rasman read the paper and he came to visit me in my tiny little laboratory, everything's so tiny. And offered you money to help fund your work. Yeesh. But I thought like Asman's like shady, right? He must have some kind of ulterior motive. Exactly, that's exactly what happened. I handled the theoretical side of things, and Mr. Asman provided me with an engineer for the practical. In my tiny laboratory, my little brain, and the three of us produced that fantastic machine together. Aww, so sweet though. The machine that you brought to the to the great exhibition to demonstrate, yes. We had to apply to the government for some sort of inspection to be allowed to exhibit, I think. I didn't understand all that side of things. Mr. Asman took care of all of it. He was a wonderful man. Really, I owe him everything. Okay.
Hold it!
And yet, your return to my argument wasn't lacking in confidence in any way. That's what I'm saying! Like, what's wrong with you, bro? No scientist can find the truth without first finding self-belief. No. Is there a saying about how people like you need to... Those were the words of a certain scientist I hold in the very highest esteem. But you realize that disproving my argument puts you in a very precarious position, don't you? No scientist should strive to protect himself more than he strives to protect the truth. More words of the same great scientist, you know? I don't care. Words that are causing me a lot of trouble. Who is this scientist? I'm afraid I couldn't tell you, Mr. Naruhodo. Why? But as soon as I remember the magnificent genius's name, you'll be first to know. My god, he doesn't even remember. It might be worth keeping the names of your idols to mind. You're wasting your breath, my learned friend. The scatterbrain even forgets my name at times. Oof, so Lord Van Zieks really did have a friend once. But I didn't notice hell freezing over.
Hold it!
So this isn't proven then? Yeah, it's like hypothesis. Not even proven yet. It's merely a hypothesis, but a good one, based upon thousands of calculations. I didn't ask. But it is widely known that metals can be decomposed by electrolysis. Yes, of course, so I am right. My hypothesis is clearly correct. Don't care. What is this about incriminating himself that makes this man so happy? It's the whole reason that the birdcage is made of wood, you see? Sorry, the birdcage? Yes, that's what I call the sea obtuse occasion in which Mr. Asman was placed for the kinesis. Yeah, he contradicts himself, like, for the truth, but he's like only using theory and no facts. That's what's so infuriating about this guy. And he wants to be taken seriously. It's like, no, that ain't happening. The jail cell in which the victim was detained, it does indeed seem to be made out of a timber of some sort. I'll thank you not to refer to it as an instrument of incarceration, your lordship. In short, any weapon lodged in the victim when he was beamed away by the instantaneous kinesis would have been left behind on the stage if it was made of metal, correct?
Yes, that's it. Yes, yes, yes. It all fits perfectly with the mathematical model. The ultimate conclusion, then, is that the defendant alone had the opportunity to inflict this fatal injury on the victim, is it not? Indeed, sir. Someone beat me out of this nightmare. In other words, the point just raised by Mr. Naruhodo isn't an inconsistency at all.
Hold it!
You seem to be pleased by that. Yes, another example of my hypothesis holding true. But I sense some sarcasm, Mr. Naruhodo. Are you not pleased? No. I knew it. At the end of the day, I'm the one responsible for Mr. Osman losing his life. Good! Good! The advancement of science is no excuse. I know that. No, you're quite right. Tell the court, did you have a close relationship with Mr. Osman? Oh, well, no, not really. I mean, I only met him 2 or 3 times, and we only ever discussed my hypothesis and the project and the research grant, of course. Okay.
Hold it!
Nice. When you say that you built the machine together, does that mean that you were involved in its construction? Yes, well, not exactly. I'm not good with the practical side of machines myself. My god, what if like the guy, like the victim, quote unquote, sabotaged it? So the physical construction was done by an engineer. Oh, then the engineer. They're the remains of your creation now, though, following the explosion. Repair will no doubt be impossible. Yes, I realize that. But still, don't stop believing in your client. Listen, there's a saying that goes like, God will forgive you, but I sure won't. Yes, I realize that, but still. If someone were to gather all the broken parts, they could discover the secret of my hypothesis. But Mr. Osman and I toiled over that machine for so long, but we put our hearts and souls into it. I have to protect our work. So what's left of the machine must be kept safe. That's only fair, because what happened was an accident. I mean, if you want people to think that way, like, he needs to start... Shh, you know? That's the extent of the testimony. Thank goodness for that. I don't want him doing any more damage. He's already basically proven that he could have been the culprit. But it seems as though all he really cares about is defending his hypothesis. We have to, like, somehow make it so that saving him would, you know, it's like we shouldn't discredit his invention, but, you know, we have to, like, do another approach to this. What if this hypothesis is just fundamentally flawed? It is fundamentally flawed. Cannot transport metal. Like, I don't know. Is the glasses like metal? Cause like I was thinking, like, you know, like he has glasses. He has like these stuff. I mean, I can try, but see, like he has glasses. I think, like, I don't know, maybe this is metal. Like a bunch of this is metal. Cause like I kind of don't know what to do in this testimony.
Objection!
Like, yeah, what I said earlier, like the button of his shirt or something. Professor Harebrain, you say that according to your hypothesis, nothing made of metal can be beamed by instantaneous kinesis using the machine you made, is that right? Yes, that's right, spot on, exactly correct. In that case, I'd ask you to have a look at this photograph that was taken at the scene.
particular, I'd like you to pay attention to the victim's face. The canned milk cannot be teleported either. Yeah. You can clearly see Mr. Asman is wearing a pair of spectacles with a metal rim. What? Metal? No, metal can't. That's not metal? No! We've already established that the proposed murder weapon, the screwdriver, was found on the stage. However, if your hypothesis correctly predicted that outcome, it should also have predicted that the metal-rimmed spectacles would be found in the same place. Ah! My hypothesis! My hypothesis! Professor Harebrained, this isn't easy for me to say. But your hypothesis is clearly flawed. Just like on the victim's chest, we have found a hole in your argument. Counsel, what is the implication of this? If, on the day in question, the alleged instantaneous kinesis never actually took place, then it's entirely possible that the victim was killed somewhere other than on the stage. And in that case, someone other than the defendant could have been the culprit. But my hypothesis is I don't know, you make another one. That's better. I proved it that day. The experiment was a success. The experiment was proof of all my work. If I could say something here in my capacity as a fellow of the Royal Society. Yes, juror number 4, go ahead. As a man of science, that's one thing I simply cannot evade. And that's a fraud who pretends to be a fellow man of science. Oof! What? Wait, great Scott, are you suggesting my science is suspect? It's just been disproved, hasn't it, in front of all of us. But I feel like, you know, it's like chill, right? I guess I'm not a scientist, but it's like you make a hypothesis and then you do an experiment and the results of the experiment, the conclusion is that, oh, the hypothesis is false. And then you make another one, you work on it again, right? There's something. In other words, the whole demonstration was a complete nonsense from start to finish. Believe me, my fellow jurors, when I tell you that this man is a heel, a bounder, and a fraud. Oof. I say the wreckage of that machine should be stripped down and thoroughly examined. No, never! That machine is the essence of my entire hypothesis! Yeah, like, I guess, like, you know, it's okay to get it wrong. I mean, you know, somebody died, but, you know, under normal circumstances. Yeah. Yes. But I guess it's like, you know, he has like limited funds, right? He can't just do like as many experiments as he wants. We get it. That's why, like, that's why you're devastated. But also, you've been such a pain in the butt. So sad. It's protected by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. What the devil is that blasted act all about, eh? Who made up such a daft rule? Yeah, it doesn't make it less of a contribution to science. You know? Okay, this doesn't work, and then we try to, again, to think of something that, like, might work based on, you know, all the results from the past or something. I don't like the way this seems to be going. What's the best way for me to help the professor? What's he say? I say the wreckage of the machine stripped down, thoroughly examined. I don't see the pylon option. Damn, if it's like examined, then let's just raise an objection or something. Cause like, it's not, he's like, Naruhodo's like, uh-oh, this is not good. So let's raise an objection.
Objection!
Professor Harebrained has yet to perfect his invention. That would seem to be the case, yes. But even so what? Going to such trouble and expense to create a fake machine to display in public. He would have absolutely no reason to do such a thing.
Objection!
Dude, what? He had an obvious reason to do exactly that. For the research grant money. That's true though. But he's not evil. He's not like the others. It's like, I'm not like other scientists. If the government was foolish enough to have deemed man's ridiculous notion plausible, he and his conspirators would have received a handsome sum indeed. Conspirators? What would be the value of such a grant? 10 pounds? You're an order of magnitude out, madame. 500 pounds a year! Oh, you could live handsome of that much for years! The society has noticed an increase in bogus public demonstrations in the field of science recently. I get his feeling too, though. And plenty of scientists arguing with each other to get the largest slice of the funding cake. People's greed is plenty motive enough for murder, I assure you. Poor guy. No, I haven't deceived anyone, least of all the government. My hypothesis is sound, the science is sound. Please, you must believe me.
Objection!
No matter how unbelievable this hypothesis may seem to you, ladies and gentlemen, the fact remains that the victim was transported instantly to the Crystal Tower. Which means that the experiment was a success. What's this? What is the angle that he's... He keeps insisting that the experiment was a success. Merak. And therefore, the only person who could possibly have committed this murder is the accused! Oof. Merak. Where is this heading? I have no idea. My lord, if I may. The prosecution would like to summon new witnesses to the stand. New witnesses? What would be the nature of their involvement? Witness? They were spectators of the demonstration and the exhibition, who were occupying special seats. Gina? Or somewhere else? Eyewitnesses? Very well, the court grants the prosecution's request. I should very much like to hear from eyewitnesses to the incident. The prosecution stance is clear. This experiment was no... The accused killed the financier victim there on the public stage before the very eyes of the spectators. Now, my learned friend. Oh, yes! It's time for you to make your own stance clear. What? There's clearly a flaw in the professor's hypothesis. I can definitely see that. But where does that leave me? We shall take a short recess now. During which time the prosecution will prepare its new witnesses to take the stand. As you wish, my lord. Good. In that case, court is adjourned for 20 minutes. To be continued. Let us take a little break. Yesha. Did you sleep wrongly the night before? No. It's just that I think I don't know what's wrong. I don't know what's wrong. I wanna unpack this really cute pillow. Or maybe I should just like keep it in the plastic. Ah! Never mind. I need to open it. Just normal P-file things. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know if we should continue. It's pretty close to like 4 hours. And I think this is a pretty good place to stop maybe because like we I don't know. Wait, we did investigation and then we just This is trial. What should I do? What should I do? I think like the case will be like pretty long, but I kind of don't know. Feels like a good spot. Maybe. Time sure does fly. Yeah. First part is the trial, and then maybe 2 days from now we can do like hours of just trial. Yeah. 3 hours of homework. It's probably long. Yeah, I think like somebody told me that it's probably like one of the longest cases as well. But I guess we can continue for a little bit more. And watch like how things unfold, and maybe like a little bit of 30 more. No, 30 more. Maybe like we can do 4:30. The second longest case. My God. Yeah, because it's a long case anyway, so I think like every 30 minutes is like valuable. So I'm gonna try to continue. Defendants and the chamber. Mr. Naruhodo. What on earth were you playing at just now? Or rather, what on earth were you playing at all along? My amazing hypothesis, you've been picking holes in it from the start. Sorry about that, but you promised me. You said you'd prove that dreaded explosion was an accident, not murder. You said you'd keep my precious invention from falling into anyone else's hands. But all you've done so far is try to undermine me. Yes, I did make you a promise, you're right. I said that I'd believe in you and fight for your freedom to the very end. But I also told you I was no scientist. I don't understand your hypothesis. The fact is, there's an undeniable flaw in your logic, isn't there? But if I just run through some equations... Yes, you see, it's because my work isn't complete. Yeah, that's why I don't treat it as complete. Perhaps it is. Nevertheless, a man died as a consequence, didn't he? Oh. Oh no! You're right. You're so right. It's all my fault. And I have no right to blame you for my failures. I'm a disaster. Not just as a scientist, but as a human being. Well, that might be a little over the top. And while we're on the subject, what about Merak? Claiming his old university friend to be a murderer, you mean? He's a disaster, not just as a prosciutto, but as a human being. Oh, but no, wait, he's the Reaper, isn't he? Perhaps not classified as Homo sapiens anymore. Yeah, just, glad that's cleared up. Can I double check something with you? Ah, yes. What? The machine and demonstration you prepared, they were based entirely on your hypothesis, I presume? There was no trickery involved? Interesting. I drew the plans for the machine with my very own hands. Every line was painstakingly drawn with the firm belief that science is the only future. I mean... So yes, it's true that my hypothesis hasn't reached maturity yet, but please, Mr. Naruhodo, you must believe in it. I believe in it, like, just not this edition. This edition was an unsuccessful one. Counsel! Defendant! The prosecution's witnesses are ready to take the stand. Court is about to be in session again. Make your way to the courtroom, please. Yeah, like, I think, like, the engineer might have been, like, you know, doing weird stuff. Sabotaging it or something. Like, cause like, I know like Osman's like probably like... I don't know. But that's the thing. Osman's the one who died. I don't know. It leaves him as the only person who could possibly have killed the victim. And yet the hand is a such element. A practical implementation such as was attempted by the professor at the Great Exhibition is quite impossible. So really, what should I be trying to prove here? engineer. He has to be important.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsel for the defense and prosecution, are you ready for the new witnesses to testify?
Prosecution is ready, my lord. As is the defense, my lord.
So, Lord Van Zeeks, I believe these next witnesses saw the demonstration on the day in question with their own eyes.
Indeed they did.
And as luck would have it, one of them is a police detective.
Ooh. Oh yeah, Gregson and Gina probably.
So the testimony we are about to hear can be considered highly reliable.
Gina? The prosecution stance remains unchanged. Though it ended in tragedy, the demonstration on the day in question was scientifically sound. And consequently, the sole person with the opportunity to have committed the act of murder is the only other individual who had to have been present on the stage at the time, the accused. Thank you, counsel. The prosecution's position is clear. So bring forth your witnesses now. Bailiff, show the witnesses in. The witnesses whose proximity to the incident on the day in question will clarify the truth unequivocally. Yo, my homie! Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court to hear. My name is Balthazar Loon. I am the impresario of all the hot air balloons in vicinity of the experimento stage. My name is Willem Gottreich Sigismund Ormstein. Dude, what? Can you make that clearer? I have come to see the great exhibition all the way from my home in Bohemia. He just like bought a balloon? I'm very rich. Inspector Gino Lestrade, Scotland Yard. I'm a great detective, even Sherlock Holmes agrees. What? Yeah, Schlagedy 1st mile to you two. I was on security duty at the exhibition and I got to go up in one of them balloons. It was amazing. Gina again. But she did mention that she'd seen the disaster from up in the balloon national, didn't she? She looks so happy. There were 3 balloons flying near the public experimentation stage where the incident occurred. 2 of these witnesses were in one such balloon. At the time, I saw events unfold from the skies above. You make it sound like they were in the clouds. It was only an altitude of circa 60 feet, very low. Well, you can't see nothing if you fly too high, can you? 60 feet? Feet? Thank you for your introductions. Now you will give your formal testimony for the court. Kindly describe exactly what you witnessed, especially those of you who had a vantage point above the stage. It was an incident terrible. What? I'm only grateful that my balloons were not damaged, okay? There's this huge bang from the stage, and then the next second, another bang in the sky beside us. And from amidst the smoke, a cage appeared out of nowhere. The cage fell from the sky like a stone and crashed into the crystal tower. I didn't get a good look inside the cage, but no one went near it after it crashed into the tower. What? That's it? That's the testimony? I like Italian. A most extraordinary collective account, I must say. There's a detail in the witness's testimony that I have not heard any mention of until now. What is it? That there were 2 explosions? More precisely, 2 explosions in 2 separate places, yes. When the demonstration began, the balloon carrying the 2 witnesses was around here. There were other balloons in the air nearby the time carrying other passengers as well, to be clear. Then, as power was supplied to the machine for the demonstration, the first explosion occurred. The so-called birdcage that contained the victim disappeared from the stage, and a moment later, the second explosion occurred directly adjacent to the balloon carrying the witness. Ow. The birdcage appeared at the site of the explosion, subsequently to plummet down into the crystal tower. I was very surprised. Suddenly a cage appeared before my eyes with a person inside. The blast was so hot, but I didn't want to miss a thing, so I kept my eyes wide. I still have lots of money. Why does he keep buying balloons? Precisely who is this curious infant? I'm told he is a young noble of Bohemian royalty. Apparently he disguised himself in order to steal unnoticed into the Great Exhibition. Yeah, I am here in London on a sightseeing trip with my elementary school. We will have the benefit of the child's point of view in the testimony. Do we really need that? When I remove my mask, this is what I look like. Ah, yes, I see. A delightful face, I'm sure. Yeah, everybody says so. Great disguise, then. The point is, the testimony of these witnesses further substantiates the facts for the court. Namely, that despite ending in an explosion, instantaneous kinesis was successfully demonstrated. And furthermore, that until the arrival of the police, no one approached the crystal tower where the victim fell. Therefore, only the accused who was with Mr. Osman on the stage could possibly have committed the murder. Yes, thank you, counsel. The prosecution's views on the matter are quite clear. So, the defense's cross-examination now, please. Yes, my lord. Cute. I love how this game is so international. This game is super international. I'm just like kind of curious how it is in like the JP version. It was an incident at Terriville. I'm only grateful that my balloons were not damaged, okay? There's this huge bang from the stage, and then the next second, another bang in the sky beside us. Press! What an insistent prosciutto. So you actually saw the accident happen from up in the air? Yep, isn't it amazing what a detective gets to do, eh? I'm telling ya, Otto, being a lawyer is a mug's game. You should join the force and we can go flying together. You know me so well. Yes, well, anyway. Could you tell us exactly what you saw, do you think? How do accents translate to Japanese anyways? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, what? Like, how did they say it? Everything! We saw everything, because we were up above it all. That dodgy cove climbing into that cage, and that dodgy professor pulling all them levers. And that's when it happened! That's when there was that massive bang and the cage disappeared, just like that. Wow. You are describing the moment the subject's body was decomposed by the electricity, I believe. I didn't know what to make of it. But then there was another bang! Right in the air! Oh my god, for real? I looked around and there was a huge great fireball right next to us in the sky. What he say? And there was nothing there before. What he say? I forgot. I missed that.
Excuse me.
Is it me or is Gina even cuter in this trial? Yeah, like she's so bubbly. I love it. Master Gotts, does your memory of the day differ?
My teacher at elementary school says that when you meet someone for the first time, you should always use their full name.
Ah, yes. What was it again? Wilhelm Gottreich Sigismund Ormstein. What the heck? Just the 4 names then. The point is, do you have something to say? Something to add in response to Detective Gina Lestrade's last remark, perhaps? Oi! Get it right, Otto. It's Inspector Lestrade. Oh god, she's so proud. Why does everyone have a problem with how I address them at the moment? That is not what I saw. Yeah, there was a second explosion. It was right beside a balloon. That is true.
But I'm sure.
Which is what I said, innit? 1 minute there was nothing there, the next a massive explosion. Bam!
My teacher at elementary school says that when someone else is speaking, if you are rude enough to interrupt, you will have the most awful life imaginable.
Are all Bohemians brought up to be so full of joy? Oh yes, buy another balloon. Yes, you will. Just before the second explosion happened next to our balloon, I clearly witnessed a green balloon flying in the sky. A green balloon? Eh, you what? I never saw nothing like that.
Well, I did. I saw it, and you can't say I didn't. I will complain to the council. I will cry and scream. My testimony is the truth. I am Bohemian Prince. You cannot say it's a lie. That is not allowed.
Playing the bleeding royalty card, are you? Typical. Says the orphan who likes to remind people she works for Her Majesty's police. In that case, young man, I must ask you to amend your formal testimony. In the interests of cordial national relations between Great Britain and Bohemia, it was not the skies that exploded, it was the green balloons that was next to ours at the time. Bro, what? Do we have something to like... Oh!
Objection!
Oh, wait, no, I mean, frick. Yeah, that's the thing, but we're like too far.
Hold it!
A green balloon, you say? Are you sure about that? Of course. I am sure. I am a proud Bohemian prince. All these questions are making me boring. I think you mean bored. Ah, English is very annoying. The language of my countrymen is far superior. Ragazzo, it is very wrong to lie. Lie? Flying balloons never explode. For the same reason the planets never explode. It is logical. Please tell me that doesn't mean logical. If you insult me, you insult all of Bohemia. Madai. I will have the army come and shoot all of your stupid balloons out of the sky. All of them. My god. You want some more? Here you are, your highness. If only all international incidents were so easily resolved. Now that peaceful relations have been restored here in the courtroom, perhaps we could return to the testimony? Did you also see the moment that the cage materialized, Mr. Loon? No, I did not see the explosion myself. I didn't get a good look inside the cage, but no one went near it after it crashed to the tower.
Hold it!
Did you see that actually happen? No, in reality I did not. I saw after it hit the tower. There was a grande confusion in what? Around the stage. I ran to see what had happened. These guys just like me saying Japanglish. I was terrorized by the idea that one of my balloons had crashed. I suppose there are his livelihood. But when I looked up to the sky, all my precious balloons were still there. I saw it though. I saw it slam into the tower. After all, I am a detective now. She's so happy. Then tell us what you saw, Inspector Lestrade. That's what I like to hear.
Hold it!
Was it you who gave the order to keep people away? Hey, use your head, Otto. How could it have been me? I was up in the balloon, weren't I? Right. So because I weren't available, it was the boss who had to leg it over there. Who had to run over there? Is that what it means? He was getting shoved and kicked all over by the panicking spectators as he tried to seal off the scene. It was a real sight to behold, I can tell ya. Amazing! Poor Inspector Gregson. So anyway, I couldn't see the cage that well because of all the smoke. Yeah, I actually like watched the video about like Cockney slang and then how they just like phrase stuff weirdly, like there's like a special way like how they ask about the time and stuff. Oh, it's interesting. Also, what is my OBS doing? Keep it together, Inspector. Yeah, the rhyming slang! Yeah, lemon and lime! And stuff like that, I guess. My OBS is being weird. Ask about the time by stealing your watch. And like there's something about telephone too, I don't know. The prosecution really is asserting that the demonstration was genuine. But what if it was actually some kind of switch around trick instead? It would mean that the victim was never actually on the stage in the first place. I hate it when pop-ups appear on my screen. Like who asked to appear? Like, you know, haha, Google Drive, let's go. The two explosions would have thrown everyone watching into a panic for sure. That's how they missed like what was actually truly going on. I think I need to find out more about what exactly people saw at the time.
Hold it!
There were 3 balloons flying above the experimentation stage at the time, I understand. Si. All 3 of them, my bellissimi bambini. They are very popular, signor. Some people will pay £10 for one ride. £10? That's more than my annual stipend. What? £20 a month. That is my pocket money. Oh. Rails have all the luck. I got up there for free, I did. Play the old I work for Her Majesty's police card, you know? Detectives have all the luck. If they're so popular, why would you only be operating such a small number of balloons, though? Because if I have too many in the skies, they could crash into each other. True. The operators for the balloons were decided by lots, with each operator manning a particular area. See, and the zone above public experimentation stage is the most profitable. The other impresarios, they hate me. Thank you, witness. I think the court has a clear picture of the arrangements for balloon rides at the exhibition. Perhaps we could hear more about what you actually witnessed of the incident. Right! I can fill you in there, my lord. Okay. You're all flexing.
Hold it!
Okay, we saw this already. I looked right and there was a huge great fireball right next to us in the sky, and there was nothing there before. And what appears out of the flames? The cage, that's what. This wasn't there. Huge great fireball, there was nothing there before. What appears out of the flames? The cage. And that description sounds like the moment after the man was beamed instantaneously through space. Doesn't make sense because it's made out of wood, right? It's mind-blowing, isn't it? But that's the 20th century for you, I reckon. So the people who actually saw the demonstration with their own eyes really believe they saw something miraculous taking place. It was not the skies that exploded, it was a green balloon that was next to ours at the time.
Hold it!
Explosion, huh? I wonder what's up. Yeah, sorry guys, I'm just like fast forwarding in case you guys missed it. It's because we read it already. The cage fell from the sky like a stone, crashed into the crystal tower. Yeah. I saw it though, I'm a detective! I hate this. No one went near it after it crashed into the tower. Found under the experimentation stage at the exhibition grounds, there are scorch marks. So it's like... This was burnt. This was like, you know, like, oh, there was a fire. This was the one thing that was burnt. Because, like, you know, it was a green balloon that was next to ours at the time. And the cage fell from the sky. I didn't get a good look inside the cage, but no one went near it after it crashed to the tower. Crashed into the crystal tower. Yeah, where to present it? Like, cause like they were like, oh, by the way, like this kid says like, oh, not you. This kid says something about, see, like it was not the sky, it was a green balloon that was next to ours, and then you know Gene was like, well, I didn't see that, and then, well, he was like, but I did. Yeah. The cage fell from the sky like a stone, crashed into the crystal tower. No one went near it after it crashed into the tower. See, it's like, if I try to press this again... A green balloon, are you sure? Yes. Oh, proud prince? I think you mean, yeah. Ah, English is very annoying. The language of my countrymen is far superior. It's very wrong to lie. Flying balloons never explode. For the same reason, it is logical. If you insult me, you insult all of Bohemia. I will have the army come and shoot all your stupid balloons out of the sky, all of them. Yes, here you are, your highness. I did not see the explosion myself, however. Yeah, where to?
Hold it!
Sarap pencet. Okay, she saw it after he hit the tower. So maybe I'll present it during this statement. Dude, I don't know. The cage. Oh my god.
Objection!
Ah, no, it's not. Man, I don't know how to do this. It's so confusing. My head's also starting to hurt. I don't think I had enough sleep. Penalty previously given. Huge bang. Ah, the balloons were not damaged. But what about this?
Objection.
Mr. Loon, your testimony, you said that all 3 of the balloons you had operating at the time were undamaged. See, that is correct. If they had been caught in the explosiones, it would have been in terrible. Maybe it's the dehydration. Yeah, I agree. It's like, maybe I should get water. I'll be right back, guys. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I kept putting food in my mouth, even though like what I truly needed was like a drink, like water, like actual water. But even then, like I think I might wrap it up after this segment. I think because I feel like the headache and like dehydration is like catching on. I'm like weirdly very dehydrated today. I think it may be. See, part of a balloon. A burnt piece of the fabric of the envelope. Sorry, the envelope? Pardon, that is the large round part of the balloon which becomes filled with hot air. It is made from very thick fabric lined with rubber. You do not want it to rip when you are in the sky. But, just as I thought, this piece of cloth was found near the experimentation stage. In other words, as Master Gods testified, a green balloon did indeed explode that day. Eh? If all the balloons in the sky above the experimentation stage belong to you, Mr. Loon, then your statement that they were all undamaged clearly contradicts the evidence. No! Oh no, poor balloons. If a balloon exploded that day, why didn't the man say so? Maybe everyone on board was killed. Oh no, having to spend 10 whole pounds for the experience? How awful. Seems to me like those things crash 50% of the time anyway.
Objection.
That's so scary, 50%! Instantaneous kinesis did occur, but after the explosion on the stage, the point of materialization shifted to a location occupied by a balloon, causing the balloon to explode. Yes, eminently plausible. An unfortunate traffic accident, as it were, but it changes nothing about the pertinent facts. This I cannot accept. Why not, Mr. Loon? You are suggesting that I am a liar. That person's died in a balloon incident. There's no need to get fired up, Mr. Loon. The victim was the sole fatality that day. That's right, and I prove it. Balthazar Loon is not a liar. Today we have like people with really high ego. But I guess it makes sense, you know, their reputations are at stake. There was no such balloon in the sky. It is non-possible. You're saying it's impossible? Why? This court has more important matters to discuss than the number of balloons that were operating that day.
Objection.
We can't ignore the fact that nobody appears to have known anything about this other balloon until now. My lord! The defense called for further testimony from Mr. Loon. I concur, there is clearly more to the truth here than meets the eye. It is imperative that we clear up the issue of this phantom balloon, I feel. Witness, you will give supplementary testimony about the balloons you were operating at the exhibition. Ah! Grazie, my lord. Grazie. Mr. Loon's balloons. As I said, Balthazar Loon is no liar. Every balloon I had in the sky landed safely. All 3 of my balloons were carrying passengers. If they fell to the ground in an explosion, what a catastrophe. But you can't get away from the fact that the burnt-up bit of cloth was found at the scene, can ya? The coppers at the yard reckoned it was probably some debris thrown from the explosion on the stage. The stupido ragazzo is mistaken. My balloons have the red and blue zigzag stripes anyway. Okay. So your assertion is that the balloon this child saw was not one belonging to you? Si, exactamente. If he ever saw a balloon in the first place, I do not like the sound of it. It is very bad for business. I have a good mind to sue the land of Bohemia. If you attack us, we will fight back. It will be war. All out war. Oh my god, all out war. What happened to all out war? Mr. Loon certainly doesn't appear to be lying. But that doesn't change the fact that the testimony and evidence are contradictory here. If the defense is unable to find fault with the witness's statements, the court must consider them the truth. Think long and hard on that, my learned friend. The situation has clearly changed now. I have to get to the bottom of what happened here, no matter what it takes. Counsel, you may now cross-examine the witness.
Hold it!
You couldn't just have forgotten one, maybe? Senor! I might not notice if I was given 100 lentils and one was missing. But we're talking about 3 enormous balloons. Do you believe I could make a mistake about something so grande and expensive? I took the liberty of having Inspector Gregson check this gentleman's warehouse. I have the report here. It clearly says a total of 3 balloons. Oh. It would appear no mistake has been made then. Surely Miss Lestrade could have been sent for such a menial task. What? Me? I'll tell you what I told the boss. East End kids like me can only count up to 2. Same. Obviously that ain't true, but the boss bought it and said he'd have to go himself in that case. All 3 of my balloons were carrying passengers. If they fell to the ground in an explosion, what a catastrophe!
Hold it!
Bad at math, Rainy's dream girl indeed. It would be quite a catastrophe if they fell to the ground for any reason, I think. On that note, Mr. Loon, tell me, what is that? What is it that keeps these balloons in the sky? Are you an idiota? Sorry? That is like asking why does a candle burn bright? It burns bright because it burns bright. And a balloon flies because it flies. What else? Because of the hot air? I don't know. They must be Italian for... I don't know. There are 2 types of flying balloons. Hot air balloon and gas balloon. Hot air balloons work on the principle of hot air being less dense than the cold air. Whereas gas balloons derive their lift by using a gas that is lighter than air.
See, and my balloons are filled with the magic gas, I believe. Hydrogen, lighter than air, but highly explosive. Highly explosive! I do not permit smoking of cigarettes in any of my balloons. The magic gas does not like fire. With the small sparks of the static electricity could cause the entire balloon to explode. What is the matter with you, Signor? All that comes out of your mouth is explosion, explosion! I tell you, my balloons are perfectly safe. They have to pee, or I cannot eat. None of my balloons exploded that day, I am completely sure. But if you still say this is what happened, you must show me the proof. Alright, so Mr. Loon had 3 balloons in the air that day. But the map... then what was the one that exploded? But you can't get away from the fact that a burnt up bit of cloth was found at the scene, can ya? I'm gonna eat.
Hold it!
I was surprised to find the piece of fabric still at the scene, actually. Didn't you search the area surrounding the stage for clues? Nah, I'm not into picking stuff up off the ground, me. Yeah, you'd rather steal directly, huh? From the pockets, huh? Always works out way better. Diving into people's pockets instead! So much for the new career path. Mind you, the boss was on his hands and knees picking up all kinds of rubbish from the floor. Thing is though, the cage went crashing into the crystal tower, didn't it? So that's where most of the investigating was going on. Even so, I would have thought someone from Scotland Yard would have gathered it up as evidence. Cor, listen to you. You stumble across a bit of balloon and suddenly you're the best investigator in the world. Pardon? Well, you ain't got a badge, have you? Like this one. I could arrest you with this if I wanted to. I wouldn't put it past her. She's so proud. Come to think of it, there was talk of some scorching on the ground at the meeting we had about the investigation. The coppers at the yard reckoned there was probably some debris thrown from the explosion on the stage. There was a considerable damage to the stage and surrounding area, wasn't there? Some of the coves what were watching the experiment were caught in the blast and injured. Good job the old contraption didn't keel over, eh? I hadn't even considered that. It seemed there was great panic after the incident occurred. Nevertheless, the police shouldn't have missed a torn piece of the envelope for a balloon. Inspector Gregson can expect repercussions. Like me swiping all his fish and chips, eh? The man's sole pleasure. None of this matters. That scrap of balloon envelope means nothing. Niente. The stupido ragazzo is mistaken. My balloons have the red and blue zigzag stripes anyway.
Hold it!
You mean the color is wrong? Si, signor. I do not have any green balloons in my warehouse. And yet, a piece of green cloth was found at the scene, and it's unmistakably from a balloon. Whose is that? Well, I do not know how that can be. For the sake of argument, let's say the green balloon did explode above the stage. You couldn't therefore conclude that it happened on the day in question. Why not? There have been recreational balloon flights over Hyde Park operating from before the Great Exhibition. One could have exploded on some earlier date. Unfortunate, as I'm sure you'd agree. You believe it may have been from some earlier balloon accident that predates the expedition? Si, exactamente. As the senor says, it is not from one of my balloons. Clearly this little ragazzo from Bohemia is mistaken about what he saw.
Excuse me.
He mad. Is something wrong, Master Gotts? It's Master Wilhelm Gottfried Sigismund Ornstein. It wasn't the tip of my tongue. Yeah, something is very wrong. I know what I saw. There was a green balloon there. I swear it. I swear all over Bohemia. You can speak as much bad language as you like, but it changes nothing. If you do not have evidence, Ragazzo, then I must tell your parents to punish you, eh? Perhaps we'll let the judge decide when it comes to punishment. Evidence? What is this evidence? To give a simple example, young man. A photograph, for instance. Some tangible proof of what you claim. Well, why didn't you say so sooner? I have the photograph here. Good gracious! What? I had not been up in a balloon for a little while, so I was very excited. I took lots and lots of photographs. Of the Crystal Tower, of the Bohemian exhibit, of the streets of London, of the hot eel cellar, the balloon, and the instantaneous kinesis experiment. Did you take a picture of that? Yeah, one picture. Really? You did take one? But all I wanted was a ride in the balloon. I was not interested in boring experiments. Never mind that. Can you show us that photograph? Of course, and then you will see. You will see that I'm not lying, that I really did see a green balloon. One day we'll all have all the evidence submitted before the trial. Wait, what? What? I missed the thing. I couldn't really pick up what was happening over there. Because I was looking at chat. Well? Oh god! Yeah, you can't see the colors! Well, I see you are all too shocked to speak. Yes, I think shocked is indeed the word, young man. Yeah, perhaps you cannot see what it was a green balloon from this photograph, but that is not my fault. That is the fault of the stupid person who made the camera. Wow! Wait, sorry. How do you read the ah with like the eyes? How do you read the ah with the eyes? Wow! The ah with the accent. It's like when you say like the O with the accent, it's like saying like bird or something. Oh no, so sad. Ooh, I'm crying. Cries and ah, it's like a where? Oh, so sad. Where? That is one very Bohemian sounding cry. So sad. Very well, the court will accept this photograph as evidence. The photograph of the balloon. Yeah. But there was like some ray there. It's not my fault, it's the fault of the person who made the camera. Well, never mind. I'm sure you have plenty of wonderful sepia memories to take home with you. In any case, when exactly did you take that photograph? Well, it was on the day of the big explosion. You don't say. When I pressed the shutter release, there was this very loud bang. And a hot wind rushed over my face. That means this photograph was taken a split second before the explosion occurred. Then is there something you can pick up? Well, if you ask me, this black and white photograph changes nothing. I mean, who asked? I could not give the flying fig. Lovely language you've picked up. As I thought, Mr. Liu's testimony just doesn't quite add up. The young Bohemian boy claims to have seen another fourth balloon. But Mr. Liu vehemently denies the possibility. And it's hard to imagine the man in charge could be mistaken about the number that were in the air. Still, this inconsistency must tell us something, I'm sure. Okay, let's see the new evidence that we got. There's this ray of light. What is this? explosion. Oh, somebody shot a crossbow at the balloon. I don't know. I think that was it. I tried so hard to like make sense out of it, so I don't know. And then the explosion was because like pew! This one! All three of my balloons were carrying passengers. But this one had no passengers.
Objection.
Unfortunately, the photograph Master Gotts took can tell us the color of the balloon, but it can tell us something else, something crucially important. It shows that the pictured balloon wasn't carrying any passengers. Yeah, why does it not carry passenger? Therefore, pressure for seeing the view. My balloons only fly with passengers. My balloons! Which tells us that the pictured balloon isn't one of them. So when the incident occurred that day, there was the fourth balloon in the skies above the experimentation stage. The mysterious green balloon. If this balloon was not carrying passengers, then it was not one of mine. When he's mad, like the balloons are like whoop, whoop, whoop. There are illegal tradesmen everywhere you care to look. Clearly one such entrepreneur decided to capitalize on the opportunity presented by the Great Exhibition and managed to operate balloon flights on Mr. Loon's patch without him realizing. See, the competition trying to steal my profits. I did not notice because of the experimento that went wrong on the stage. This fourth balloon exploded at the very same moment Mr. Aslan was beamed from the stage below. Right, so them scraps that fell to the ground after and left them scorch marks, they didn't come from the stage at all. It was bits of the balloon raining down. But cause no one was in it, it didn't get no attention. A mysterious fourth balloon carrying no passengers silently floating over the experimentation stage.
Objection.
A stray balloon carrying no one and operated by some rogue trader. Clearly it has nothing to do with the case. Its relevance does elude me, I must say. The court has seen sufficient evidence and heard ample testimony already. The prosecution calls for this trial to be concluded, and the defense says shut the fuck up. Really? Have you really got to the truth yet? No, I can't just let this opportunity slip away. The jurors' minds are made up and not in our favor. Oh no, summation time, guys! I feel so much better after drinking water.
Objection.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, wait, please don't give your decisions yet. The photograph from Master Gotts may well be hiding one more vital clue. What's that? A vital clue?
Objection.
We're well past the point of mere possibilities. It's time for definitives now, so tell the court. What exactly does this alleged clue in the photograph prove? The cause of the explosion. We can reasonably assume that the pictured balloon was destroyed in the searing heat of the explosion. Yeah, that's right, yeah, it was not my fault. evidently because the birdcage from the kinesis machine materialized in the sky where it had been flying. And the balloon, being filled with flammable hydrogen, instantly and explosively ignited.
Objection.
Bro. No, that's not what happened. What? It would appear that this photograph requires closer examination. A counsel for the defense, you will highlight the location of this alleged clue in the photograph for the court. Of course, my lord. If you look closely, it's plain enough to see. And what's shown is linked to another piece of evidence we have. Yup! In a way that leads to an unbelievable conclusion. The clue that heavily suggests the real reason the balloon exploded is... I don't know. Is this safe enough to...
Take that!
The timing of this photograph can only be described as miraculous. Thank you. You're talented. Who was that? Master Gots? If you look, you'll notice there's a bright white line that appears to point directly at the balloon. Most likely a ray of light caught incidentally on the film. I'm afraid I can see nothing of the sort. If you look with a magnifying glass, my lord, it becomes clear what the nature of this bright line really is. What? I don't see anything! Some flash of light, yes? Oh, golly. Do you think it might be lightning? It might not be a color, but that's why. This is the camera that like the noble kid uses because it sacrifices the color for like super good shutter speed. I believe we may be looking at fire. A bolt of fire heading straight for the balloon. Like an arrow! Indeed, even to my aging eyes, it would appear to be a flame of some sort. My word! Are you suggesting that this flame struck the hydrogen gas that filled the balloon?
Objection.
Like, didn't color stuff exist? Like Show'em stuff? Like, I bet like if it's like super custom made, then they would be able to make something like that. But you know, the budget went for the shutter speed. That's absurd. The balloon would have been 60 feet above the ground at that time. Yo, thanks for the Akaspa! Thank you, couch. No flame could possibly have reached such a height.
Objection.
Actually, it's my opinion that a particular piece of evidence found at the scene reveals how that is exactly what did happen. What evidence? Show'em's tech is like steampunk magic. Yeah. If such evidence exists, counsel, then for goodness sake, present it. Which evidence explains this mysterious streak of flame that appears to be headed directly for the balloon? What? Sorry, I blanked out. Oh, the crossbow.
Take that!
This was found hidden at the foot of a small ornamental tree near the scene. Good lord, is that a crossbow? An arrow deep in the satellite could have been shot from this weapon, sending a flaming arrow straight to the hydrogen-filled balloon. Are you suggesting that crossbow was used deliberately? Yes. Blimey, you're right! That streak of light in the photo looks just like an arrow, doesn't it? Then, the explosion of the balloon, it was... very likely the result of a flaming arrow from this crossbow igniting the hydrogen gas inside it. No! Order, counsel, this is an extraordinary supposition. If the aim was to cause the balloon to explode, the shooter could have used a gun, of course, but there is an obvious reason why that would have been out of the question. The noise of the discharge? Of course. That's right. By using a crossbow, the projectile could be fired at the balloon silently. Well, yeah, if someone had shot a gun off in the exhibition grounds, it would have caused a real panic. But with the big explosion, it was a very big panic anyway, no? I should be pleased to have found a plausible new explanation for all of this, but something feels wrong.
Objection!
Do you understand the implications of what you're saying, my Nipponese friend? If a flaming arrow did indeed hit the balloon, then obviously it would have exploded. And if the birdcage appeared from the cloud of smoke that ensued... What? Wait a minute! What are you really saying here? I don't get it. Was the birdcage beamed up into the sky after all? Or what? My goodness me. It's magic. Now I understand. That's what the sinking feeling is about. I think there's a good chance that the birdcage was actually concealed inside the balloon all along. What? Did I just hear that correctly, Council? There's no going back now. The horse has bolted. Let's assume, as I said, that the birdcage was hidden inside the green balloon from the start. On stage, when the experiment was started, the birdcage in the instantaneous kinesis machine disappeared in a cloud of smoke. At that moment, the flaming arrow was fired from the ground, causing the green balloon to explode and drawing the attention of the spectators to the sky above their heads. So sad. From amid the smoke, the hidden birdcage then appeared to fall down and crash into the crystal tower. Nani the heck? I think you'll all agree it's entirely plausible that what I've just described is the real truth behind the miraculous experiment that day. It's magic. Good grief!
Objection!
This is ludicrous. What you described is no science experiment. It's child's play, a contemptible display of stage magic. Both Mr. Sholmes and Iris said that the experiment was a scientific impossibility. In which case, this is the only way to explain what happened that day. There's two bodies and one of them is wax. Oh, sheesh! Sheesh! In any case, the victim's body was found inside the birdcage in the crystal tower. The instantaneous kinesis didn't take place. How do you explain that? Yeah, what about the Madame's magic thing? Yeah. If I may put in the word as a man of magic myself. Yeah, teleportation kinda hard to do and not gonna lie. Yeah. Yeah, maybe like that's why, cause like, you know, up until now it's like, how do you link like Madame to yeah, the lady, like how does she fit into all this? Like remember the you know, the thing is like kidnapped? Like the model is like kidnapped or something, and then, you know, maybe like this thing just, you know, and wax melts, right? Or something. But then, I don't know, is science really advanced enough to like see like, ooh, there's like remains of wax or something? I don't know. Such apparent discrepancies can easily be explained by some simple deception. Juror number 3. Yeah, he's the magician, he knows. All that would be needed is a doppelganger, someone who looked very similar to the victim, Mr. Osman. Yeah! Yeah, that's why he's a magician. Like, all these jurors are like... A lot of these jurors are actually like capable people. My god, what a fresh change of pace. And having this other man appear on stage to front the show as a body double.
Ah, yes. Of course, so in fact... Mr. Aozora must have been inside the breakage that was concealed inside the balloon right from the start.
Objection!
That balloon would have been filled with hydrogen. Anything hidden inside it would have been scattered to the four winds when it exploded. No one would ever have embarked on such a risky venture. Not necessarily. The explosive force of the balloon gas would be very much dependent upon the mixture ratio. Yo, science guy! Juror number 4. Flying balloons are rarely filled with pure hydrogen, but a mixture of other gases such as helium as well. Helium on its own doesn't explode, but by controlling the gas mixture ratio, the explosive force can be altered. My god! The mixture ratio? Yeah. Obviously, the victim's body would have suffered some burns that would be unavoidable. But not to such an extent as to render this whole obscene charade impossible. Wow. Now you're speaking ratios. So everything that happened can be explained logically and scientifically. The explosion that engulfed the stage at the start of the experiment was no accident. There's the corn-eating girl. I don't know, maybe... It was all part of the elaborate deception to make it appear that instantaneous kinesis had occurred. Well, goodness me. And if we accept that this is what happened, it means that the victim, Mr. Aozora, was never present on the public experimentation stage to begin with. In short, he couldn't have been killed by the defendant who was on stage in full view the entire time. Oh. This will be very hard for the prosecution to counter. Haha, you just don't know. Things are going to go wrong. Lord Van Styx can't credibly maintain that Professor Harebrained is a suspect now. Ah, man. Oh, God. Oh, man. Oh. Oh, God. See? Here we go. Here we go, guys. How is he just allowed to like walk to the witness stand like that? But you can stop now. Just keep your mouth shut, please. No, I should be the one telling you that. Sorry? What's all this about, Mr. Harebrained? Obviously, he teleported there. Yep. I, Albert Harebrained, hereby confess that it was me who stabbed Mr. ODS man. Man, he's like he'd rather have himself like jailed rather than, you know, admit that his work is flawed. Yes, it was me with my faithful friend and partner, Andrew the Screwdriver. We're kind of past that discussion already. Teleports behind you. Order, order, order. Defendant, explain the sudden confession. The sudden confession, how to explain it? My client is crazy. It's what I've said all along. I must protect my hypothesis and my precious machine. You stand there and claim it was all a trick, all an elaborate prank. But where's your proof? We were just talking about it. Maybe if you should even listen. I don't know. No, you'd have to examine the machine if you wanted to prove it, but then it would be all over. My beautiful hypothesis would be laid bare. I mean, the indignity of it. It's clear that you drew the plans for the experiment, but you didn't actually build it. It's quite conceivable that you were duped, Professor. If you'll just let me, I can prove... Yes? I'll cooperate. I'll do whatever you say. I swear it. So please. Ensure the special dispensation for scientific equipment act as adhered to and protect my creation. Yeah, that's his, like, motive.
to drink. Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice at this critical juncture. Here's to my learned Nipponese friend. And his upcoming attempt to clarify the defense's position in the light of the accused's confession. Man, he knows that we're gonna suffer. Do you intend to formally assert that the experiment was nothing more than a conjuring trick? Yo, man, like Van Zeeks, give me. I also need a drink, please. Van Zeeks just like, yo, bro, good luck. Because the moment you do, see, like the defense needs the drink more than you do. The Special Dispensation of Scientific Equipment Act that protects the professor's invention will cease to apply. The prosecution will then demand a rigorous examination of the machinery involved in order to establish the truth. However, if you acknowledge that the machine is genuine and instrumental in the victim's murder, any chance of investigating will be crushed, and the confidentiality of the professor's hypothesis preserved. Yeah, it's like you have to lose something. Either outcome, you win something, you lose something. Such a dilemma. And as a scientist, this guy really wants to protect like his, you know, his brain. What is the defense's official position on this matter? My official position is that I am in need of a drink. What? Professor Harebrain, my client, actually asked for me. Was to prove that the explosion on stage was an accident and protect the secrecy of his hypothesis. There's no way to do that without implying the professor's guilt. Do I protect my client's life by asserting his innocence, or do I uphold my client's request but see him condemned? You've been silent long enough. Isn't talking your trade, my learned friend? Yeah, this is like... Wait, remember in the beginning of the stream I was talking about like teachers from hell, something from hell. I feel like these types, like Edgeworth and Van Zeeks, they're like the prosecutor from hell type. Like they give you a hard time, but only because like they want you to like learn a lesson, but like they don't show that, oh yeah, it's okay, you're learning, so that, you know, you learn stuff the hard way. But they're there to like, you know, make you grow as a person, something like that. I really like those genres of like dramas. He's literally the Reaper. To be fair, in court, it will be a perfect trial because all possibilities are examined and argued. Exactly! He's doing his job. And if the Ryunosuke, if the defense cannot like prove otherwise, you know, like, see? It's to like eliminate all doubts. Make him grow, be a better lawyer. Yeah, they're in this for like the love of the profession. Like they don't do it like half-assed and stuff. Yes. There's no escape here. I have to make a choice. But it's an impossible one. I have to give up on something. But what? The defense asserts that the defendant's instantaneous kinesis machine was in fact... Are you guys team magic? Or team... Oh man. Dude, magic is real, but also... Oh god! Okay, you know what? Let's... Yeah, screw him! He made us like, you know, he put us in a really bad position, so like, screw him! Oh, either way, it's like a false sense of... Yeah. I can't just let him down. What must I give up on? Is not the question you have to ask yourself here. Also, yeah, by the way, guys, if you know the reference, yeah, magic is real. It's what can I protect? Susato! Hello again, Mr. Naruhodo. I have teleported here for you. That's why this guy's experiment is a success. Susato-san! Oh my gosh, she gave us the signature takedown. My first Susato takedown in 6 months! Ah! There'll be time to talk later, Mr. Naruhodo. But for now, we must concentrate on the task at hand. That's why, you know, it's like, this is the departed one, which is working out not what I have to give up on, but what I can protect. He's so stressed out, he's hallucinating. Professor Hairbrain. Yes! Yesterday you told me that science is the pursuit of truth. Well, my job is to pursue the truth too. Yes, of course. And personally, I believe that you didn't stab Mr. Osman. I think you've come to realize something yourself too, haven't you? That your experiment and the machine you built with the victim are questionable. The truth behind that is what we must both pursue now. Oh, sheesh. So, you finally opened your eyes. What? And as for you, Albert, you can't ignore this any longer. Having heard my learned friend's assertion... Splash zone again. Don't you have something to say? Barak. Lord Van Zeeks. You know, whenever I say his first name, it always makes me like cringe a little bit because, you know, it sounds like I'm saying something really dirty in Indonesian. Like, not dirty as in lewd, but like... Oh god, he's hallucinating. Gosh, I've never heard him speak that way before. Yes. In truth, there is one thing, something I've remembered that's of relevance. Yes. What? On the day it happened, just before I began the experiment, I saw a man near the stage. A man holding that crossbow. Guess we're gone insane too, because we saw her. My god, everybody in the court! Yeah, Naruhodo's psyche was the cause of this all. So sad. Did the man have any distinguishing features? What did he look like? Taller than me, and thinner than me. With straight hair, straighter and wider than mine. Let me see, one less lens than me too. A monocle! A rather stylish black monocle. Sorry, what? Like now you say this? What the frick? But one thing in particular will help us to positively identify the man. You see, I know him very well. After all, he's the engineer who built my invention. What? See? He built the machine? That's right. Mr. Asman introduced him to me a year ago. Oh god. He's a man by the name of... Enoch Drebber. What's that mean, guys? Oh, whoa! These people know him. Does this name mean something? Members of the jury seem flustered. Not a name of any scientist wishes to hear. The man's an abomination. Not a name any conjurer wishes to hear either. Who on earth is he? Name of an actual character? Oh. I'm afraid this isn't the first tale of this nature that I've heard in scientific circles in connection with that name. There's talk of other flamboyant experiments that turn out to be nothing but staged trickery in the end. Obviously, the rascal is after the government's research grant money. When magicians are in need of money, I have heard of them resorting to these underhand tactics. Some acquaintances of mine with experience of such things have mentioned Enoch Drebber's name before. The man is both an engineer and a magician. Yes, we're dealing with an unparalleled confidence trickster here. That's Enoch Drebber for you. Finally, we move on to the engineer. So it's true then. My invention, my great machine, it was just a grand illusion. Considering what we've just heard about Mr. Drebber's character, mathematician, I'm sorry to say that sounds increasingly likely. Even though no one else believed it, I wanted to. I wanted to believe that machine would function exactly as my hypothesis predicted. Which is why you were so opposed to it being investigated, I presume. I knew that if the machine was examined in detail, its construction would give away my hypothesis. Obviously, I didn't want that to happen, but at the same time, I knew that if it was found to be nothing more than a trick, than a work of deception, then everything I'd worked towards, all my research, all my dreams, my whole life would be over. I was terrified at the prospects. So you really had no idea then, did you? About the true nature of the machine that was built? Huh, and the true nature of Mr. Drebber. Who else thinks hypothesis doesn't sound like a real word anymore? Me. I never questioned anything. I didn't want to question it. It's entirely possible that Mr. Asman and Mr. Drebber were working together to use you as means of fraudulently acquiring the research grant money. Oh, spicy. When I announced my invention to the crowds that day, it was the finest moment of my career. I pulled all the levers and turned all the dials in exactly the way Drebber had described. When the smoke suddenly started billowing out, I panicked. I didn't know what was happening. But I really don't know how the whole illusion was made to work. I don't know anything anymore. Oh my. Let me confirm one final point with you, Professor. Do you now consent to the prosecution submitting the necessary paperwork to release your invention from the protection afforded by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act? Yes, please go ahead. I'm very sorry. Yeah, it's jail time now! Perjury gets its consequences, as shown by Gina Lestrade. It would appear that we shall have to suspend proceedings for the remainder of the day now. Lord Van Zeeks? My lord?
The court has newly been made aware of another party whose involvement in this matter is critical. A bit cold, isn't it? Yes, Mr. Drebber. Gather information about the man. If possible, I should like him served with a subpoena. Gina is the only one who goes to jail for perjury. Yeah, and then later on she becomes an inspector. So the jail is good for your character development, I guess. And some people. With pleasure, my lord. Now, counsel for the defense. Yes, my lord. When we reconvene, I shall be looking for one thing and one thing alone from you. Evidence that the defendant is innocent of the crime for which she presently stands accused. I understand. Good. In that case, this court is adjourned until tomorrow morning. Let's go! Wow, still the same day. Seems so tiring. I can't believe it's only like 1:30 p.m. Oh god, cauliflower hair. Mr. Naruhodo! Ah! I'm so sorry! I was wrong, you were right, I tricked you, you trusted me, I dragged you into my mess. Oh, how did it ever come to this? I'm so sorry. In jail, you either die a criminal or live to become a reformed citizen. Well, what Mr. Drebber was really up to, I mean. But what he was really constructing. Naturally. That machine was the embodiment of my hypothesis. Hypothesis? I don't know, of all my hopes and dreams. As stated before, God may forgive you, but... I had complete faith in it. Alright, in that case, I won't say anymore. Now, sadly, the murder accusation against you still stands. So we must do as much investigation as we can before the trial resumes tomorrow. Instead of a, you know, hypothesis, it's more of a bipothesis. Goodbye, you go to jail now. Ooh. Well, thank you for doing so much for me. Yeah, please be cooperative. Oh my god, we're crazy, guys. I'm so sorry for arriving late this morning, Mr. Naruhodo. Wait, what? You're real? She's real? What? Are we crazy or is she real? Didn't you receive my postcard? I wanted to let you know when I'd arrive. What postcard? I hid it from you, Reno, so it would be a surprise. Oh god, like she's just gaslighting me, like thinking like, oh my god, I must be hallucinating, I'm crazy. Wow, what a schizo. Did it work? Especially when she threw me to the ground. Susato real though? It's not crazy. The takedown also real. Dear, I'm so sorry. I was just so happy to see you again that it sort of slipped out. Susato real, not clickbait. We're not halu. Oh my god. Maybe we could stick to more traditional displays of emotion in the future. Are we insane? Are we not insane? My gosh, I don't even know. Is she real? Susie's train was late to London Victoria this morning, you see. We made the coachman really whip the horse's heart so she didn't miss the whole trial. I was watching from the gallery for a while, but in the end, I'm afraid I couldn't contain myself. Well, I'm glad you didn't. Oh! Having you at my side in court gives me the strength I need to win. So, I'm delighted to see you back in London. Aw, you're too kind, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm delighted to be here. I hope I can continue to be of service to you. Of course. So, what's brought you back? The Professor Mikoto would not protest? Let's save all that conversation from when we're back at home, shall we? And if you know, I've made one of the most special blends ever for this special occasion. Oh, I
Iris, how wonderful! I can't wait! So sad that she's not wearing the uniform. Oh, you guys like the cross-dressing Susato, yeah? Susato-san was back in London. It's hard to describe how happy... What's her name again? What's the fake name that she used when she was cross-dressing? It's hard to describe how happy that made me feel at the time, but despite my elation, our tale was about to take yet another extraordinary turn. To be continued. Oh, Ryutaro ne. Hi, Ryutaro. Wait, I want to go to the bathroom, guys. Be right back. Let's take a little break and then I don't know what we can do. I kind of want to still continue because, you know, the story is so good. Be right back. Nice. Come back. Thank you. Okaeri. Thank you. So, I guess we can continue. I don't know. It depends. Oh, it's more investigation? Oh, this room, it's been too long. It hasn't changed in the slightest, though. Yeah, okay, maybe we can, like... If it's another investigation, then... Okay, I guess we can, like, talk a little bit to Susato, and then when we're... I'm gonna stop the stream when we start investigating. Yeah, we can spend a little bit of a moment with Susato, especially now that we know she's real. And it's been some 6 months, hasn't it? That's been a long time for things to say so familiar. Or I don't know, man. It depends. I didn't know when you might return, and I wanted everything to be as you left it. But it has been some 6 months, it's true. So is your father alright, Susie? What happened? My father? He's not sick. It was half a year ago, but that's why you went back to Japan. Because of the telegram you received stating he's fallen ill with a very high fever for some unknown reason. That's right. So I was surprised to learn you'd be coming back so soon. Surprised but happy. I think I wrote about it in my letter to you. That it was all a trick. Like, how would I know? Like, she hid it. Like, my god, Iris. My father is in fine health, and I'm obviously very relieved about that. Well, we're all delighted to have you back. It was quite by accident that I've been able to return to Europe, actually. It's because of a very grand conference called the International Forensic Science Symposium. Ah! The International Forensic... That's the same symposium Lord Strongheart mentioned. Anyway, you have arrived safe and sound, and all that matters is that I'm here now. After all, I haven't yet fulfilled my promise to you, Iris.
Oh!
You must tell us everything that happened while you were back in Japan. And there's one other thing. Something you wrote in your letter that particularly grabbed my attention. About you-know-who, Kazuma. I know. I'll tell you all that I can. No, I want to know about Giselle Brett. Giselle Brett? The woman whose unforgivable actions ended in me being wrongly accused of a crime I didn't commit. The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson? Yes, Giselle Brett. That's the name I won't forget for as long as I live. The extraordinary thing is, though, it seems it's a name we should all forget. Sorry? Since the incident, our government's intelligence services have been investigating Miss Brett. But it turns out that an English woman by the name of Giselle Brett didn't actually exist. Didn't exist? But how can that be? It was a pseudonym. Her real name was Shin. Shin? Did this name appear somewhere before? A front? Who on earth was she then? Miss A Shin. Wasn't it in the note thing? Yeah! Right? The real secret, government secret! Bro, my memory is so good. Her name is literally all our intelligence services have been able to ascertain about her. Shin is salty. Yeah, because asin is salty in Indonesian. Nobody knows why or even how she came to be in Japan. It's a complete mystery. But that makes no sense. It's no easy task to be accepted as a foreign student anywhere. What could the woman have been up to? I'm afraid I really don't know. The only thing we can be sure of is that she had some business in our country that we don't yet understand. And now she's been killed. While all the questions surrounding her existence remains unanswered. Are these like the names of like spies? Because remember like Kazuma was or like spies or targets? Could be, you know, because like Kazuma was also killed. It's like, you know, like it's like, remember when Strongheart was like, hey, so you don't actually know like his actual purpose to come here or something? Who on earth was she? And why do I feel as though I've heard that name before somewhere? I want to talk about back in Britain. When I first arrived back in Japan, I really thought I'd never be allowed to return to Britain. But curiously, after that awful trial at the Supreme Court, Father's mood changed entirely. The awful trial? Oh yeah, for the murder of Giselle Brett. Ah! Oh, you dressed as a man then, didn't you, Susie? Ooh, spicy! Oh, well, yes. Since women are forbidden in courtroom, I had no choice. And then... Wow, amazing! I wish I'd seen it. Don't you, Runo? Yes, I... suppose so. I want to play at being a lawyer now. I could wear a false mustache, maybe. I don't think any mustache could hide the fact that you're just 10 years old, Iris. There's something else I've been waiting to ask you, Mr. Sato. about the real reason why Professor Mikotoba summoned you back to Japan. You said in your letter it was something to do with that convict's loot we found at Mr. Natsume's lodgings. That's right. The very large dog collar we found with a little bee emblem on it. Oh my god. It seems Mr. Natsume included a drawing of the collar in the report he submitted about his time in Britain. Understand that when Father saw the report, he turned as white as a sheet. Why would that be then? Be aggressive. Father came to Britain himself, of course, to study. It was some time ago now, but he stayed for 6 years. I can only imagine that something must have happened during that time. But if he refuses to tell me what it was, then I intend to find the answers for myself. And I have decided that I, for one, won't keep any more secrets. Oh, Susie! That's a very meaningful look to Sato-san's giving iris there. Forensic Science Symposium. Lord Strongheart mentioned something about what that symposium to. I think he said that investigative authorities from 40 different countries would attend. And from Japan, my father and Judge Jigoku have been invited. Something of an honor, I believe. Well, Professor Mikotoba is the leading expert in forensic medicine in our country, after all. But who's the other person you mentioned? A judge, did you say? Yes, His Excellency, Judge Seishiro Jigoku. You've met him, Mr. Naruhodo. Last year, in the Supreme Court. You can't possibly have forgotten. Ah, the first case. That terrible trial of yours when you were accused of murder. Yes. I try to think of that as a positive turning point in my life these days. No more secrets, so she gonna tell Iris now? Oh, too soon. Well, it was Judge Jigoku who presided over that trial. If I'm perfectly honest, I'd be happy never to see that man's face again in my life. Oh, well anyway, as father was invited to the symposium, he agreed to me returning to Britain too. He won't actually arrive until next month, but, well, I couldn't wait. So I pleaded with him, and in the end, he agreed to me going on ahead. Yes, about the symposium. It seems as though Long Strongheart has put in an awful lot of work to make it happen. It's obviously very important. I believe it is, yes. And as I understand it, Lord Strongheart organized the entire event himself. I think he's hoping that by achieving exceptional results, he'll get the job of Attorney General. Most senior position in the British justice system. He's hoping to use his power to create the world's finest policing institution. That's what father said anyway. Apparently it's Lord Strongheart's lifelong ambition. Does Professor Mikotoba know Lord Strongheart personally then, I wonder? Actually, Lord Strongheart gave me a long speech all about this very subject only yesterday. But I sort of lost the will to live early on and didn't really listen to much of it. How trying for you. What about Kazuma? After my friend Ray's trial, the reporter who actually killed Miss Brett said something very strange. Minimimo! I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on. In that visiting student fate! Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know that the guy never made it to England, that he died on that steamship, and that he'll never... Never what? Obviously, I couldn't ask him to elaborate at the time. Later, I visited the man in his prison cell and asked him what he was going to say about Kazuma-sama. And what did you learn? Nothing. After he died on the voyage to Great Britain, his body should have been unladen at the port of Hong Kong and passed into the car of the consulate staff there. But! Should have been? Well, it turns out that his body never arrived. So nobody knows that Kazuma is dead. The body disappeared. What? Kazuma's body vanished? Our government tried to cover the fact up, it seems. They erected a grave on the cliffs by our hometown. Except Kazuma-sama isn't there. Did Professor Mikotoba know about this? Yes, it would seem that he did. But he didn't tell me. They're still investigating what happened to Kazuma-sama's body as we speak. Maybe they made Angie. I just don't believe it. And what is the acute feeling of apprehension I have all of a sudden? The Kazuma mystery. Thinking back now, some of the things that happened on the SS Perhatian were definitely strange. Why he say stuff in Russian? We never saw his body again, did we? Could it be? Could it be that he's alive? Yeah. You know, like the pills that can like stop your heart for like, I don't know, a while? It's too much to bear. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Just thinking about the possibility pains me so very much. That existed back then? I don't know, like maybe not for the public. You even mentioned the I Lived Beach meme earlier. Yeah, I did. But it was about not Kazuma. It was Regina, I guess. Cast your mind back for a moment, Mr. Naruto. When Kazuma-sama was discovered, Mr. Sholmes was there, wasn't he? And he definitely examined the body. I remember it clearly. You're right. So if Kazuma hadn't actually been dead at all, it would mean that Mr. Sholmes had lied to us. Yeah, I feel like there's something about Kazuma that we don't know about. Because like even Strongheart said stuff like that. Like, yo, haha, do you even like know? Haha, you don't, right? I suppose that's true, yes. The idea that he might still be alive somewhere. It wants to fill me with hope, but I can't let it. Because if it turned out not to be true, Kazuma is alive, gotcha. Then I'd be back at the bottom of that awful pit of despair again. I'm terrified of what that might do to me. Oh, Mrs. Sato. I know she's given the idea the thought it deserves. It's Sato-san we're talking about, after all. So I probably shouldn't push it now. Mrs. Sato, do you see this? You have such great expectations in your eyes, Mr. Naruhodo, but I'm afraid nothing particularly useful comes to mind at all. Oh, sorry. Not sure what I was expecting, really. Okay, what do we do? Is there anything we can, Yeah, Iris, talk to you. It must be about a year ago now. I wrote a really long story based on some of my father's old notes. It's about one of Hurley's greatest exploits. I called it The Hound of the Baskervilles. But then Mr. Sholmes forbade you from publishing it and put the manuscript somewhere nobody could get their hands on it. So nobody knows anything about it apart from Hurley and I. But for some reason, you knew the title of it, didn't you, Susie? Because you freaking looked. Or maybe she knows something. And you wouldn't tell me how you'd come to know it. Yes, but I made you a promise that I would explain one day, didn't I? I think it's time.
Oh!
I'm only sorry I've had to keep it from you for so long, Iris. It was completely by accident that I came to know the title of your manuscript, Iris. It was a short while before we left Japan. I was cleaning Father's study, when I saw something on his writing desk. A large box of papers. There was a label affixed to the box that was written but in English. It read, "The Hound of the Baskervilles."
What? It was in Japan? My Baskerville story?
Of course, I had no idea what it was at the time. My father came in and...
Sato, what are you doing? Oh, father. Did you look at those papers?
No?
No, I simply read the label, that's all.
Well, put it out of your mind.
Sorry?
Forget that you ever saw it, and certainly don't tell anybody else about this. Do you understand? Oh. But what was Iris's manuscript doing in Japan? Because, you know, the dad... I have no idea. But when I heard Iris mention the word Baskerville that day, the title just slipped out. I would never have guessed that it was an unpublished account of one of Mr. Sholm's exploits. When I returned to Japan, I asked father to explain, but he refused to answer any of my questions, and there was no sign of the big box in his office. That's really all I know about it. I have no doubt that father has a very good reason for being so secretive about it, but still. I made up my mind to explain myself to both of you. Well, thank you for being so honest, Susie. I mean, she hasn't been completely honest, but you know, things need time.
So, Mr. Naruhodo, I'm ready to start investigating if you are. I've committed every detail about the case to memory. And Iris has told me about the disturbing happenings at the Waxwork Museum as well. So, you're fully abreast of the situation already, Miss Sato. I'd expected nothing less, to be honest.
I would think our first port of call should be to investigate this Mr. Drebber, the engineer responsible for building the elaborate machine that was used to effect this extraordinary trick. Yes, the conjurer of sorts by the sound of it, well known in the fields of science and magic.
Then we need to go and arrest him.
Well, yes, he must know the truth behind this case, so I agree we really do need to find the man.
It sounds like that it's a case of tracking someone down. Which is a job for the police or a great detective.
Are we supposed to guess who she might be thinking of? We don't have much time, so we need to get started straight away, I think.
Good idea. Well, best of luck then.
Oh, you're not coming today?
I'm going to Brixton Road shortly for the herb market. Let me know later how you got on, won't you?
That was a little abrupt. The pull of the herb market must be strong. Okay. Let's go to the herb market. I think we should call it a day. I want to continue, like, but at the same time, what should I do, I wonder? Still don't know. Blocked from the herb market, so sad. I don't believe we have any business that would require a visit here just at the moment. Yeah, we can't just like trespass to his office. Yeah. Let's just end it now. It's like a new arc. Investigation arc. Okay then. I guess I'll stop here. Yeah, it's a little bit late, you know. I would want to continue some more, but I guess, you know, it's better to sleep and then try to fix my sleep schedule. Nice place to end. I agree. I have some vegetables here. Can we expect a rough schedule? Yes. Everybody take notes. Apa ya, lupa. Wait. Saturday is Fatal Frame, I think. What day is today? It's Moku. It's Thursday. So it's Thursday, so tomorrow it depends. I don't know if I should do Ace Attorney. I think maybe I should let everybody like catch up. And then on Saturday, yeah, on Thursday, and then on Friday, at night there's gonna be a collab with the ID girls at night. So I don't know if I have time, or if I have enough rest, we can try to sneak in some Ace Attorney during the day. Yeah, like the time will be like slightly different, very different in fact, but you know, yeah, hopefully that will be fine. And on Saturday at night, we're gonna be playing more Fatal Frame. And I still don't know when I wanna like sneak in the VR gaming. And I also kind of want to do karaoke, but I don't know when. And the rest of Super Chat reading, we're gonna do it in the weekend. If not Sunday morning, then Saturday morning. It depends. Yes. Reine, it's Wednesday. Well, no, not here. Anything on Thursday? Still don't know. Depends on when I wake up, but yeah. There's still like the VR game that I want to play. Maybe if I'm feeling okay, could be VR game, or maybe could be karaoke. It depends. It's either of the two. Let's just make it that. Yes. Will you inform us earlier? Honestly, like today too, I informed like in the morning here that we'll be like streaming Ace Attorney, like probably like in the you know, like in the night. Yeah, that much I will always say. You know, like that. You know, there was like no what was it? I think I posted on Twitter in the morning. So yeah. I guess it's just like awkward if I really like don't know the time. It would feel like as bad if, you know, I don't know the time and then I decide on a time and then, you know, and you know, I move it anyways, either earlier or later. But yes. And Fatal Frame is fixed though. It's gonna be like 2100 WIB GMT +7, so like 11 p.m. Japan time. Yes. And then Super Chat readings probably like either Saturday, Sunday at 11 a.m. the usual time, you know. Like I think like I would think like I do streams like in very similar times, you know, like either like probably like 11 a.m. ish, or if it's at night, it's probably like 8 p.m. GMT +7 onwards. The unusual ones are usually like the midnight Indonesian time ones. Yes. Rain is standard time. Yes. Okay, yeah, that's it, guys. You know, so sorry, cause I wanted to do like a nice schedule, but I guess like the multiple Ace Attorneys make it a little bit difficult. Yes, because it kind of depends like when we should do it and stuff. But that's the only things that I can, you know, tell you guys. Fatal Frame is fixed, and even like tomorrow, I still don't know whether to do like VR or karaoke. So yes, but if anything, they're gonna be like at night. Like probably like around this hour when I like start the stream, like 8 9 p.m. GMT +7. Yes. Yeah, multiple long streams really it's really easy to mess things up, especially like when you stream like this and then you end up closing it like really late. And also last Ace Attorney was also like we started at midnight and like we stopped in the morning. Yeah, it's kind of difficult to come up with like a schedule. But you know, I like playing Ace Attorney and it's really about time that we continue this one. So hopefully you guys are okay with it, like just for this week, you know, having the schedule a little bit you know, yes. But anyways, I guess that is it. I'm very excited to continue this, especially because it's a very spicy long-ish case. Yeah, if it was another trial, I would have probably continued, but this is a new phase, so it's like a nice way to, you know, just stop playing and then continue, like maybe in 2 days. Thank you so much, guys, for watching. Terima kasih perhatiannya. Thank you very much for your attention. Salam rakyat, everybody. I guess I will be seeing you tomorrow night. There will be guerrilla if I think it's, you know, if I have the stamina to do guerrilla, but otherwise, I'll see you guys at night later. Alright, salam rakyat, guys. Bye bye.